it
Yes, it absolutely is. All the lights are on.
me? I mean, it's damned either way, though, because if the time, it's time to family and practices.
They're broken.
They both suck.
Lights are broken.
People send it down.
We're in the dark. Well, it wasn't as bad as like as it, when we were like completely in the dark. it's been worse.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Just gonna take this. In case I get lost in my computer.
What the heck is all this?
All right, now that all the council members are present, I call to order the July 16th meeting of the City of West Sacramento City Council, the West Sacramento Redevelopment Agency, and Finance Authority. We will begin with the land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that the land on which we live, work, learn, and commune is the original homelands of the indigenous people of West Sacramento who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. We acknowledge and we thank the original inhabitants who have occupied, maintained, and secured this place and who still exist on this land. We respect and celebrate the many diverse indigenous people still connected to this land on which we gather. The council met in closed session. There are no items to report. And Mr. City Attorney, is there anything else?
No, ma'am, nothing to report.
Thank you so much. We would like to invite our guests to join the council and staff in the pledge, which will be led by Deputy Police Chief Charles Meeks. If you could please come to the podium and lead us in tonight's Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As is noted in our agenda, City Council is prohibited by state law from discussing or taking on any action on items that are brought up under item 1 for public comment, but it provides an opportunity for a public forum. Public is given an opportunity at this time to address City Council on issues not listed on the agenda. And we do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other item this evening to please fill out a request to speak card and return it to the clerk. And we accept the request to speak cards up to the conclusion of the reading of the staff report and on any particular agenda item. Once the staff report has been read and we open the item up for public comment, the clerk will announce your name for you to walk to the podium. Now, in front of the clerk, there is a timer to ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard. And we ask that all comments be limited to 3 minutes. Once the 3-minute time is up, the clerk will turn off the mic and we would ask that you sit down. We also in front of the clerk is an analog flip chart which indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. We also recognize that for some, speaking in public can cause anxiety, so we request that there be no applause or boos, catcalls, or other demonstrations. Furthermore, so that we may maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers, we ask that those in attendance and those who address City Council abide by the code of conduct posted and not speak in loud, threatening, offensive, abusive, or other disrespectful language that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now this brings us to item 1, presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the council, and each person has 3 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Guy Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson, welcome back.
Hi. Madam Mayor, City Council members, the first thing I'd like to say is congrats to the West Sacramento Police Department for their 3 new officers, and they just graduated about a couple of weeks ago from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, its academy, and I am so glad, and I'm told him that I am really happy that they're bringing in more cops and for this city, because they're very important for this community, and they got the utmost respect from me. So, and they know that. The other thing I'm on, and this is probably going to aggravate your city manager and your city attorney, is this thing with VIA. People like to put a spin on it here in the city hall that there's no problems with their van. You know what I tell these people over here in the city hall? If you don't believe what I say or other people say, go out there and go look at their vans. They're unsafe. And you know, and California's got really this goofy law where they only go back 7 years on somebody's background. That's California law. For pre-employment investigation on on anybody, it only goes back 7 years. So you could be a pedophile or you could be anything 10 years ago, and they're not going to find it. It isn't going to come up, and so I have an issue with that. But I also have an issue that they do not UA any of these drivers. They hire them off an app so they don't see you physically. They hire you off an app. So I do have an issue with it. And I told Steve Rosen the other day that I told him specifically that if something doesn't change, then me and two of my friends that are advocates in Sacramento, we're going to take it to the Yellow County grand jury and have them look at it. Because they're spending all this money, and then now they want to raise it 87% in August. It's just nonsense. You need to go look at those vans, the doors. They beat them up. And I don't agree with it. And if they don't like what I'm saying, well, I'm sorry. There's a lot of things that people don't like that I say, but that's fine. They want to put a spin on it and say they're great and the service is wonderful and all that. They don't know what they're talking about. You know why? Because they set up here in this office and they don't go out there and ride the vans. They don't talk to the people that drive the vans or the people that ride the vans. And so, yeah, I have an issue. And Buggy, they're a company, they were based out of the East Coast. They don't take care of their vans. They could care less about their vans.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Jeff Morgan.
Council, first thing I want to do is congratulate you guys on what you did for the city's fire department. They deserve it. You have one of the top departments in the nation, not just in California or even local. This is a great department. Okay, this is a personnel matter. I really would like to discuss this in private. That's amenable to you guys. If not, then we're going to air it out here for all the people to see. What do you think? You guys want to meet me and talk about this, or you want me to go ahead and address it?
You have 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to speak.
Okay. I was a firefighter here 28 and a half years. I was been injured multiple times. The last one, I got a 35-pound pipe pole driven through a helmet when we were advancing hose up the. So now I have palsy. I have all kinds of issues. I have actually suffered some paralysis, and they don't have a record that injury happened. Okay, with what's that? Okay, I still have the helmet. All I've wanted since 2009 when I retired was to have my knees fixed. I do want the new technique. I don't want the old technique. Why would you want to have an operation that was done in 1960 when you can have the 2000 operation? I have statistics that I tried to give your city manager, not interested, on how you guys could save maybe millions of dollars. Okay, but nobody seems to be interested in that. I'm paid for my own pain meds now since 2016 to the tune of almost $70,000. LWP walked away from me. They don't return my calls. They tell Leanne lies that they're contacting me, and they're not. My information was sent to a probationary probation officer in Vacaville named Michael Morgan. he has my personal medical information, and I'm sure he got my settlement too, because I didn't get that either, okay? So that's, I'm out of time. After 15 years, I think it's time I get my knees fixed, don't you guys? Isn't it only right? Got them hurt on the job.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Thank you for your service to West Sacramento Fire Department.
We have no additional requests to speak.
All right. So we have under presentations, 3 presentations, and the first is a presentation by Sacramento Yola Mosquito and Vector Control District. Please come on up and say your name, and Luz Maria Robles, your PIO. Nice to see you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having me, as I am back every single year with mosquito. Mosquito season is here, or summer is here, and so are mosquitoes, I should say. So this presentation will kind of give us a little overview of where we're at with mosquito season and provide some recommendations on what we can do to stay safe. All right, so I'll be. There we go. Not going through. It's not advancing. It's the bottom one, right? All right, I guess it would help if I would turn it on. So anyways, we are the local district charged with protecting residents against mosquitoes and mosquito-transmitted diseases. We operate under the California Health and Safety Code, and we strive to make sure that we are doing our due diligence in keeping the residents of Sacramento and Yolo counties being able to go outside and protected from mosquitoes and the diseases that they can transmit. So mosquito season is here. It's actually been kind of an odd season because it hasn't been very warm, as I'm sure you've noticed, but you know, the few days that we have had hot temperatures along with stagnant water, that creates the ideal mosquito breeding conditions. And every year we do start to see West Nile virus activity around this time. This year we haven't seen as much as the previous years, but nonetheless we still have the hottest weeks of the summer ahead. So we do think that that might change and that we will see more mosquitoes that test positive for the virus, as well as the birds. And then of course an ongoing concern is dengue fever, as more and more are reported each year in California. So, as you know, we have 27 different mosquito species in our two counties, and mosquitoes come from different habitats. So obviously there's a lot of rice fields here in West Sacramento. We have a lot of just areas where mosquitoes can grow, and those large areas are not that much of a concern. It's the small sources in people's backyards, the plant saucers, the buckets, the pet dish, anything that can hold water for more than a few days can and will become a mosquito breeding source. So we always say that mosquito control is a collaborative effort, and we rely on people doing their part to make sure that mosquitoes are not breeding on their property. So we ask that at least once a week people look around their yard and drain any sources of stagnant water where mosquitoes can grow. That goes a long way in keeping your family safe, as well as eliminating mosquitoes for you and your neighborhood. All right, so how do we control mosquitoes at our district? We have what we call an integrated mosquito management approach, where we use a variety of elements. So first of all, public information and education, that's where I come in. We go to a lot of different events to try and get the word out, right? So here in West Sacramento, we participate in a few of the parks and rec activities. We participated in an Easter event, and we always have free repellent wipes available for any outdoor events that your city might be hosting. We want people to use them to stay protected. Also, we have an annual Fight the Bite campaign, so we have lots of advertisements on radio, TV, billboards, anything that reminds just people to be putting on repellent and dumping out that stagnant water is all part of our public information campaign. We also have a very extensive surveillance program, so our laboratory tracks and monitors West Nile virus activity, how and where it's moving. They put out mosquito traps, so they collect the mosquitoes, they test them to see where West Nile virus activity might be developing. developing. And after we find out where that activity is happening, then that's what really dictates our control operations, so our spraying, right? So we do lots of spraying throughout the season to make sure that we're reducing mosquito populations and that those mosquitoes are not posing a public health threat. We also have mosquito fish. Mosquito fish are great if somebody has a pond, a fountain, a horse trough. We put them in all the rice fields and pastures. They help us control mosquitoes naturally. Each fish is very efficient. They can eat between 200 to 300 mosquito larvae per day, so they're great. So, you know, we also provide them free of charge to the public if anybody needs these fish. So, in terms of West Nile virus activity, we haven't had any West Nile virus activity for this year. So this map is for last year. You can see that there was also very little amount of West Nile virus activity, only 3 positive mosquito samples in all of West Sacramento and 0 dead birds, which is great. Statewide, there was 129 human cases, and those were the only ones that were reported. The CDC estimates that for every case that goes reported, there's 30 to 70 that go unreported. So those numbers could definitely be higher, but again, you know, relatively low numbers last year, and the way it's trending, you know, we may or may not find any activity here in West Sacramento. All right. However, the other thing aside from West Nile virus that's giving us kind of grief and our latest challenge at the district is invasive mosquitoes. These are a new species of mosquito, and it's actually not that new because we found it for the first time within our district in 2019. But since then, they've been spreading rapidly, and those are very much located here in West Sacramento. So that as map shows you the detections of where we have found them. So you can see that there's definitely heavy concentrations in certain parts of the city. What's really concerning about this mosquito is that it's a day-biting mosquito, so it bites aggressively during the day. It's what we call a container breeder, so it breeds in very small containers. Even a teaspoon of water is enough to breed this specific species of mosquito, and this one also poses a threat for dengue. So dengue is not really a disease that we see too often, but every year we see travel-related cases of dengue in California. And in 2023 and 24, for the first time ever, there were locally acquired cases of dengue in Southern California. So basically, the reason that this is a big threat is because if we have those mosquitoes established here and in other areas in our district, like let's say if I travel somewhere, I get sick with dengue, I come back, one of these mosquitoes bites me, and then it gets infected, and then it bites somebody that hasn't traveled. So that's how local disease transmission occurs, and having such a plentiful population really does increase the risk for dengue. And then this is actually a very annoying mosquito because it can bite aggressively during the day. It does prefer to bite people. And once it's established in any given area, it's very difficult to control. Also, when it lays its eggs, it can lay its eggs in very small amounts of water, and if that container dries up, the eggs will still survive even after 6 months in a dry form. So, very, very difficult to control, kind of an uphill battle for us. You can see some of those sources where those mosquitoes do breed. They can breed even in plant axles, but some of the bigger culprits are other household garden containers, such as the plant saucers, maybe a watering can, the dog bowl. Again, unfortunately, anything that can hold water for more than a couple of days. All right, so because of these mosquitoes, because they're so difficult to control, they do require some new techniques. So we can spray for these mosquitoes, but we're also looking into other new techniques. We're actually just implementing a new pilot program in South Natomas where we have a very big infestation of these mosquitoes where we just recently launched 2 weeks ago what we call a sterile insect technique program, where we released thousands of these mosquitoes. They're sterile males, and these sterile male mosquitoes do not bite, but when these sterile males that contain a bacteria called Wolbachia, when they mate with the wild females in the area, then the eggs don't hatch. So it's a good way of reducing mosquito populations over time. This was a new method that was just recently approved for use in mosquito control. It has been used widely in agricultural areas for ag purposes, and SIT techniques are also already being used in different forms in Southern California and throughout the United States. So it is something new that we're implementing to help us control these invasive mosquitoes. And lastly, so moving forward, yeah, the SAT pilot program in South Natomas that just launched. Again, these mosquitoes that are being released are all male mosquitoes, which do not bite. They only live about 10 days. And they do contain that bacteria that's already found in a lot of the other insects, so it's a natural form of that bacteria. So we're going to be also continuing to do lots of surveillance and control methods and measures, especially in this pilot program area, as well as in the other areas where we have found these mosquitoes very widespread throughout Sacramento and Yolo County. Aside from West Sacramento, in Yolo County, Winters is another city that also has a heavy infestation. A little bit in Davis, a little bit in Woodland, but definitely West Sac and Winters are the two cities in Yolo County that have the most invasive mosquitoes, unfortunately. So, if you're being bitten by mosquitoes, we encourage people to let us know. We can come out and conduct a free home service inspection and give you recommendations as to what you can do in your yard to prevent mosquitoes. So with that, I'd like to finish, but before I do so, I want to acknowledge your West Sacramento representative to our board, your board member, Janelle DeRoche. She is great. She always, is very eager to participate in the outreach activities, brings the information, and she asked that I bring some repellent mosquito wipes for you guys. So I do have those if you guys are interested, but she does a great job representing your city, so thank you to her for being here, and thank you for listening to my presentation tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments, council members? Okay, I do have some questions. So I see you put those fish in certain places. Do you work with RD 900 to put it in our drain canals and things like that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. So within our district, we're divided into zones, and we have a field technician assigned to each zone. And I know that depending on the habitats or the sources that might be within their zone, they do definitely work, with a variety of agencies to make sure that we do have mosquito fish in those areas to make sure that they're not breeding mosquitoes.
Okay, good. And then we also have a lot of events with Parks and Rec. If there's a way for you to partner to do the continued outreach and education, that would be great. Like we had a movie night, and if there's a way to at least give the products so that we can distribute them along with. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Especially because West Sacramento is one of the areas that has that growing invasive mosquito population, and it's a fall mosquito, so we're kind of heading into those months where they grow even more. So as long as I can get maybe a list of the events and who I can work with, then we'd be happy to come in person to at least some of them, or to provide materials, repellent, to be able to have that available. That'll be great, thank you. And we have one more question?
So I think if I remember correctly from last year, there is an app that we can sign up for with you all. Am I remembering that correctly?
So we don't have an app. But like, for instance, you can scan QR codes on our website to either get one of our services, to get the fish, the inspections. But we do not have an app.
Okay, so no notifications there. Thank you so much.
There are spraying notifications. So if somebody does want to sign up to know, like, when we're going to be spraying in your neighborhood, that you can do. But they're email notifications. They're not. It's not through an app.
Oh, okay. That's very helpful.
Yes. So so if you just visit fightthebite.net, you can sign up for the spring notifications. So once we find, say, infected mosquitoes, say, in a park here in West Sacramento, that same night we would go out and do spraying. So the email would go out with a map of exactly where we're going to be going by zip code. It shows the product that we're going to be using, the times we're going to be out there. So but that's all via email.
And in those areas where I saw a concentration, that looks like in our State Streets area, is that correct?
Yes, that is true. That's the area.
I'm trying to figure out what's causing that. It's right off the freeway. I don't know if they're migrating in cars or something, or.
Well, they're definitely, that's one of the, originally these invasive mosquitoes came to California in a shipment of tires and lucky bamboo plants from Asia. Then they were only in Southern California for many years. They started moving northward, and for many years they only went up as far as Fresno. But after 2019, they're really now everywhere, right? Like our surrounding counties also have them. So they are kind of hitching rides in, in cars, but as I said, they can grow in very small containers. So it also happens when people share plants, when people transfer containers from one place to another. And the eggs, they basically look like a little clump of dirt to the naked eye. You wouldn't know, or unless that's what you're looking for, you wouldn't know that those are eggs. So aside from draining water, we also recommend that people on a weekly basis scrub down containers, but we understand people are busy, and obviously not everybody takes the time to do that. So the populations of these mosquitoes, unfortunately, is getting larger.
And is that centrally located area, has it spread out, or is
It has spread out, yeah. I would say within the last 2 years, not only in West Sacramento, that's happening in all of our other areas, South Natomas, Rosemont, Winters. They all start in small concentrations, but then every year, like the leftover eggs can just keep hatching, and then you have like a new crop of mosquitoes. So the infestations, unfortunately, are getting larger everywhere, which is why, again, why we need these new techniques.
Have we been doing enough to educate the public, either through social media? Do you feel like we're doing enough?
I mean, I feel, of course, I can say that we think we are, right? I'm the communications manager for the district, so I'd like to think that we are. But obviously, there's always room for more growth, right? So I think that being present in the communities where we have these invasive mosquitoes, our advertising campaign, the presentations, I'm open to doing, community neighborhood presentations, anything. We can always do more to get the word out. That's the honest answer.
Okay.
Mayor,
Councilmember Alcala.
thank you for your questions, because it just triggered 2 more questions I wanted to ask. We have a lot of ag here in the valley and stuff. How is that being handled? I mean,
Yeah, the ag is definitely, West Sacramento, the ag areas between West Sacramento and Davis, there's a lot of rice fields, right? So we do agricultural spraying on a very routine basis, at least, twice a week, depends on the numbers that we're catching in our traps. So we do, the way we're handling that is by doing routine agricultural aerial spraying for those mosquitoes.
and the resources are for the workers.
I'm sorry?
The resources are there for the workers, like the sprays that you've given us. Those are handed out. well?
The repellent wipes, you mean?
Right, all that.
Yes, we in those areas, for instance, we do get a lot of repellent requests for like the Vic Fazio area. We work very closely with like the Bat Tours, the Yolo Basin Foundation, those areas. But if you have recommendations as to other people that might be able to use them, we were happy to reach out and provide them.
And, no, that's wonderful, as long as, our ag workers are getting them. And
Yeah.
the only other question I had, you mentioned about the sterile
Insect
male,
techniques.
right?
Mhm.
Thinking I'm old enough to remember the Mediterranean fruit fly debacle. How's that working for you?
Yeah, so for many years, the sterile insect techniques, they were used for agricultural purposes, and it's only just been recently that they've been approved for use in mosquito control as a new tool. So far, we just launched the pilot program 2 weeks ago today, and so far we haven't gotten, it's been a very positive response from the local elected officials, from the community, and just the neighborhood itself, we haven't gotten, much pushback, so we think it's going well. These releases will continue through the end of October. So, we're also going to be analyzing and, we have a control as part of our surveillance program. So we hope that that's going to really help reduce mosquito populations. When it was done as a pilot program in Fresno, they saw a 95% reduction in the overall mosquito population. So we're hopeful that we're also going to have very positive results.
That's
Okay,
great.
thank
Yeah, I had one more question, and I can't remember what it is, but thank you so much for your presentation. It was very informative. I hope we can do more together, especially in that in those two
In this-
pockets that I see. It's kind of like the Stonegate area. It's around a school.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I remember now what I was going to say. I did hear complaints about mosquito bites in the southeast side. A lot of residents are complaining there. I saw it in social media. How do we report that to you? Like, hey, Here's a picture of people complaining they're getting a ton of bites.
So we do have like a general email line, info@Fight the Bite. So anytime somebody sends like a complaint or if they give us a call, the first thing that we do is ask them to submit a service request so that we can come out and do that free inspection. We have a technician that focuses specifically here in West Sacramento, so that he would be the one to respond to all the service requests that people might have.
Do we have that in our West Sac Connect by any chance? Bite?
FightTheBite.net.
Like we have a West Sac Connect app where people can submit any concerns.
Yeah, I don't know if we have that specific option on a drop down, but there's like a general, you can report things generally as well. So
Okay.
yeah, we can find out though.
Just trying to catch up with all of it. Don't want to
Yeah.
spreading. And people
No,
getting
totally.
sick.
We want to make sure that we're being responsive and that if people are having issues, because again, if there are issues that we don't know about them, then that just makes the issue not go away, right? So we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to go out there and help people so that one, they're not being bitten, and two, more importantly, that they're not getting sick.
Right. And as you described, it only grows. So around the holiday season, like October, when kids are going to be running around for,
Yes.
harvest festivals, things like that.
Exactly.
I'm a little worried
Yeah,
about
so the invasive mosquitoes are more active in the fall. The West Nile virus mosquitoes, which are different, are more active now, so that during the hotter summer months.
Do you do this presentation also to the school board?
I do not do a presentation to the school board, but I'm happy to.
I wanted to also say that if somebody knows a neighbor that has a swimming pool that's dormant, that's the perfect area for the mosquitoes to breed. And we will go out and treat the property as part of our service.
Okay.
And we'll track them also on our software. And yearly, we'll go out and check the status of their pool.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Orozco.
I appreciate that, and I wasn't actually planning to comment, but I know that a lot of this is, we can spread the word and try to get people, but people need to be engaged in making sure they're policing their own properties. But that's not the point I was going to make. The point I wanted to add was, and I thought my fellow council member was going here, when we talk about spraying populations to ensure that our community is safe from potential disease from mosquitoes, when we talk about the workers, I thought instead of giving away free mosquito wipes, we were talking about what is the toxicity or potential carcinogenic effect of the spray that's going into the community, like whether or not that's affecting. Because I know people, they raise chickens, they grow their own crops, and that could be breeding ground for larvae if there's standing water to soak in the crops and stuff. So, but how do you know that the spray that's being used to eradicate the mosquito population is safe for humans?
Okay, so two parts. So whenever we do the spraying, the agricultural aerial spraying that I was referring to, it's specifically only over like the rice fields. So it's only done at night, like at nighttime when the workers would not be out there. So we do that routinely. However, there's oftentimes when there's lots of West Nile virus activity that we would fly over the city. That depends on West Nile virus activity, which this year we don't have enough of. We did do some aerial spraying. The last time that we did it, it was in 2023 over the city of Davis and the city of Woodland. Before that, it was in 2018. So West Nile virus spraying for over urban populations is completely driven by the amount of activity. It doesn't happen all the time, right? But over with an airplane, we do a fair amount of spraying with trucks, that are more localized in parks and green spaces and golf courses, things like that. And again, all of that is done at either very early in the morning, dawn, or dusk. And we use very small amounts of spray, less than an ounce per acre, if you will, and it only targets mosquitoes and insects that are smaller than mosquitoes. Based on our knowledge and the small amount that we use, it does not pose any health threat to people, pets, the environment, because it breaks down in sunlight.
Thank
you.
Well, thank you so much. I learned a lot today from your presentation.
Made you guys itchy, maybe? I have that effect on people, unfortunately. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, our next presentation will be our YOLO Community Foundation, State of the Nonprofit Industry. Ms. Hubbard. And company.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Jessica Hubbard. I'm the Executive Director of the Yellow Community Foundation. I'm joined by my colleague, Carolina Valverde, our Program Manager. So the Yellow Community Foundation's mission is to inspire and support giving and provide philanthropic leadership in our diverse community of Yolo County. We were founded in 2001 by a group of citizens, and since 2012, we've had a MOU with the Sacramento Region Community Foundation, which provides back office support, particularly in the areas of investing and accounting and so on. We work primarily through 3 pillars. The first is to inspire giving or encourage more giving throughout Yolo County. We do that primarily by offering several fund types, donor advised funds, scholarship funds, other vehicles that are charitable giving accounts that make giving tax advantage, convenient, efficient, and more impactful so that people are motivated to give more. Secondly, we work to support philanthropists, primarily our fund holders, but also other donors in the community. We do that through thought leadership products like the report that Carolina will share tonight, through events that allow donors to be inspired, to be educated, and be connected, and through staff support that make giving easy and effective. And then finally, we serve nonprofits directly. First, by doing those first 2 things well, in which we're improving the quality and quantity of giving locally. Second, as fund holders. So in all, we have about 120 funds these days, approaching 15 million in assets. About 2/3 of those are set up by philanthropic individuals and families to do grant making, and about 1/3 are set up by nonprofits and government entities like yourselves. Those are set up as reserve accounts, campaign accounts, nonprofit endowments, and so on. So for instance, the Yolo County Children's Alliance, with its strong presence here in West Sacramento, is one of our nonprofit fund holders. Thirdly, we serve nonprofits through grant making. Last year, we did about $1.9 million in grants. That's been growing rapidly over the last several years. Over the last, let's say, 5 years, I would say about 2/3 or 3/4 of that is driven by our individual fund holders making donations, making scholarships, and so on. And about 1/4 to 1/3 is driven by the foundation through grants like the YOLO COVID-19 Relief Fund, our annual Air Quality Education Grant, our recent YOLO Voter Education Grant, and so on. And then finally, we serve nonprofits through training programs. We have a longstanding program called the Nonprofit Leaders Alliance, which is a monthly-ish community building and capacity building series of events. We hold workshops, happy hours, panels, and so on. And it's a partnership between YCF, the Yolo County Library System, spearheaded by Dana Christie, the librarian at the Turner Library right here, and the Impact Foundry, which is the nonprofit resource center for the region. We see very active participation by a wide range of local nonprofits in that, like the West Sacramento Friends of the Library is a good example. And then most recently, we've launched a training program called YOLO Neon, slightly tortured acronym I have to stop and think about every time, Nonprofit Excellence and Operations Navigator. And what that is a primarily cohort-based program to help nonprofits build out their back office policies and procedures. So accounting and finance, HR and compliance, and information technology and information management. We bring in a team of experts in those areas who have developed a resource library full of samples, checklists, templates, and so on, and then provide the training that our organizations need to implement those policies and procedures effectively, thus decreasing risk and increasing efficiency so they can maximize their impact. And the Mercy Coalition of West Sacramento was one, and along with Clarksburg Schoolhouse, were 2 of our participants in our recent pilot. This is a list of our fund types. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carolina.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. I wanted to give an opportunity. We're going to briefly go over the report, but if anyone would like to see the full report, they can scan the QR code here right now. So each year, we aim to understand the themes and trends that are impacting the nonprofit sector across the county. With this goal in mind, we conduct this survey, and we survey areas such as finances, staffing, volunteer recruitment and engagement, as well as board development. And we want to understand the most pressing and emerging needs for the nonprofit sector, as well as successes that they're encountering. The results of this survey help us understand unmet needs, encourage collaboration, and provide transparency for successes and challenges. It also allows us to uplift the voices of those who are often marginalized, ensuring that the needs and perspectives of underserved community members are recognized and addressed. Lastly, it allows us to create a plan for a path forward. When we are educated, we're able to make strategic decisions on how we can best support our neighbors and collaborate for both the highest impact and for long-term sustainable change. So this year, we had 68 nonprofits complete the survey. And the majority of responses you'll see were in Davis and Woodland. We recognize that West Sacramento has a lower representation in this survey, and it's something that we're working to remedy. We're working to engage more volunteer-run organizations in general to respond to the survey. And we also recognize that some of the residents in West Sacramento are also being served by nonprofits that are located in Sacramento, but are serving Yolo County residents.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
I want to just, what you just said. These are nonprofits that are based in these cities, not necessarily serving these cities. So if I'm a nonprofit based in Sacramento and I'm serving Yolo County, they would not be part of the survey.
Sorry, say that one more time? Or
Typically, what we say is when we do outreach, for our events in general, we talk about Yolo County nonprofits. And so generally speaking, that the focus is on Yolo County-based nonprofits, but we don't exclude Yolo County serving nonprofits that are based elsewhere. That said, our network is so focused on organizations that are based here that I know that in the past we have had a handful of Sacramento-based nonprofits that work in Yolo County respond to the survey, but I don't believe we had any this year.
Thank you very much.
Such as Health Education Council or?
So, right, that's a great
Okay.
example. So I know Health Education Council, I believe, used to be based in Sacramento, West Sacramento, is that right? Or had a presence
They're
here?
based in Sacramento,
And
but
now,
they
right,
serve out
but they
here a lot.
serve a county region. And so, right, and United Way is an example of that. The YMCA, Big Brothers Big Sisters. There are, what I find very interesting about the Yolo County nonprofit sector is that it is Yolo County is heavily served by Yolo County nonprofits. And Yolo County nonprofits primarily serve specifically Yolo County, but there are absolutely a number of very strong regional nonprofits that are really important parts of the local nonprofit sector as well.
Sorry about that. All right, so going to our next slide. So for the third year in a row, we're seeing our expenses outpacing our revenue, with 53% of organizations seeing their expenses increasing at least 10%, and 37% of organizations reporting an increase in revenue by at least 10%. Nonprofits reported that they expect this trend to continue this year. And just to note, we did take these survey results back in January, February. Knowing this year could be a financially challenging year, we explored what safeguards were in place for organizations to allow for financial sustainability. Reserves and endowments are a great way for organizations to weather financial storms. Unfortunately, we're seeing a decrease in the amount of organizations that have reserves on hand more than 6 months, with 51.5% of organizations reporting they have less than 6 months in reserves. This is a fairly large increase from last year, which was 29% of organizations saying that they had 6 months or less. Some good news is that we've seen a stabilization in staff salaries, with the majority of organizations being able to provide some increase in salary and 30% saying they're able to keep pace with inflation. And then for volunteering, volunteer burnout is still a concern, and recruiting a more diverse demographic of volunteers as well as board members is something that's top of mind for nonprofits in Yolo County. Something that we've heard some organizations are doing are creating more flexible time schedules for volunteers. So people that are working regular 9-to-5 jobs or who are working maybe in the gig economy can have more opportunities to volunteer. So this year we have 3 themes that we're going to focus on: the ongoing financial constraints, strengthening nonprofit boards, and sustainability for staff and volunteers. So first we're going to talk about financial constraints. We know that the nonprofit sector has been overcoming financial challenges, especially since COVID. And so we want to understand the major factors that have been impacting finances. First and foremost, a big topic of conversation, government funding. 47% of nonprofits reported they're either somewhat or significantly concerned that government funding will drive down their revenues. This, coupled with one-time pandemic-era funds, has organizations concerned about their financial futures. Nonprofits are trying to diversify their funding and build resilience through fundraising events, building awareness using marketing and communications, and building capacity to improve financial sustainability. Our second theme of nonprofit boards, like I mentioned, we've heard that there's an opportunity for increased board diversity, and organizations are interested in engaging a broader range of perspectives, experiences, and skills to better reflect the communities they serve. 48% of organizations reported that less than 10% of their board is BIPOC, which stands for Black, Indigenous, People of Color. And unfortunately, this is not reflective of the Yolo County population, with over 50% of Yolo County residents identifying as BIPOC. In addition to this, only 13% of nonprofits reported having a majority BIPOC board. Organizations noted that volunteers, including board members, also come from a limited demographic, and there's a growing interest in engaging a broader, more represented group. When we asked them what the biggest challenges are in recruiting new board members, there were two themes that came up. They feel potential members might be hesitant to join due to busy schedules, and small communities or niche organizations struggle to find qualified or interested individuals. For staffing and sustainability, we've seen a stabilization in staffing, with 59% of organizations reporting their staffing remained the same, and there was a growth of almost 30% of organizations reporting an increase in staff. However, this is overshadowed by high concerns about burnout, with 44% of organizations reporting they're concerned about staff burnout. We asked organizations if they were to receive extra funds, what they would allocate it towards, and 40% of organizations said they would hire more program staff. That leads us to believe that, and what we've been hearing from organizations is that they're having a higher demand on their services and therefore need to hire more staff in order to meet the demand. The volunteer-run organizations are experiencing their own challenges. While 75% feel their volunteer needs were met, they still are concerned about volunteer burnout. To close out, I want to talk about our theme for the year, which is sustainability. Sustainability is the foundation that supports nonprofits in delivering lasting impact. Financial sustainability empowers nonprofits to plan, grow, adapt effectively. Consistent staffing reduces burnout and strengthens long-term organizational impact. Engaged volunteers expand reach, strengthen community ties, and boost capacity. And strong operations ensure structure, accountability, and smooth program delivery. And for our last slide, we just encourage everyone to learn more about Yolo County nonprofits, share this report or any relevant information that you've learned, and support Yolo County nonprofits through Big Day of Giving or through getting involved, volunteering, providing space, and engaging with them throughout the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions among the council members? Yes, Councilmember Alcala.
Thank you. The 48% of nonprofits that were reporting less than 10%, was that in Yolo or was that statewide?
That's respondents to our survey.
Right. Was it from Yolo?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So among the 68 organizations that responded to our survey, all of whom are Yolo County nonprofits.
And maybe I misheard. I probably heard. But of those 48%, they said they were looking for, they couldn't find qualified individuals. Are they speaking of qualified individuals within the BIPOC?
No. That's you.
Yeah. So they would like to expand their BIPOC outreach. That's something that we've heard pretty consistently. Qualified individuals overall, and they would like to have a more diverse pool of interested board members or potential board members. But what we're finding is, as I've made this presentation several times, I've had so many people come up to me and say, I want to volunteer. I want to be a board member. So we're curious where the disconnect might be. And we offered a board development opportunity to, it was about 35 nonprofits back in January, February. And what we found is we want to make sure that nonprofits have the foundation, the infrastructure to bring in a diverse group of people because we don't want them to bring people in just to check a box. So that's also a conversation that we've been having with nonprofits, is to make sure that they have laid the foundation and done the work prior to bringing people in, and to really understand who is the person that fits this description that you're looking for, whether it's a treasurer or a secretary, or you are looking for someone that has a background in law. Why this person, and maybe why not someone else? So there's a lot of questions and reflections that we feel that need to happen prior to moving forward to bring a more diverse population into board.
Thank you. So in understanding that we have some more limited number of nonprofits, in your experience, is there like an explanation other than, we have outside agencies coming in to serve us, or lack of understanding of starting up a nonprofit? Is just kind of trying to understand why that 8% is, well, it's unfortunate, but yeah.
We have some hypotheses. So one of the things that we have acknowledged recently is that we would like to grow our presence here in West Sacramento. So that's one thing that we've acknowledged as a community foundation. Another thing that we've realized recently is there may be more volunteer-run organizations here in West Sacramento. So there's an opportunity, and we have a lower response rate from volunteer-run organization for various reasons, be it maybe they don't have the time, maybe they didn't get the outreach. So there's an opportunity for us to also engage with volunteer-run organizations. The larger organizations, we feel like we have a fairly good relationship with, and we know there's an opportunity to grow that as well.
So like Out of the Box Ministries or St. Vincent de Paul, have they applied?
St. Vincent de Paul has been involved in our Yellow Philanthropy Awards, which is one of our big sort of ways that we engage local nonprofits. Out of the Box Ministries, we don't have a relationship with. The other thing I would add to Carolina's explanation is that you do have some very strong, quite large nonprofits that are located here as well, like Yolo County Children's Alliance, for instance, which has like a very wide scope of services. We notice this in some of our rural areas too, where you have one organization that does the work of several or maybe even a number of nonprofits. Then it's more like you have, they're running so many programs that it would take 6 or 8 organizations to replace them. And in your case, it's one organization delivering a wide range of those services.
I was thinking the same thing. It's a multi-service agency that tackles a whole bunch of issues, right? So, you're anywhere from the backpack drives to home health services to, early childhood and parenting classes. All of those run the gamut. Food insecurity, all from the Yolo County Children's Alliance, and homelessness issues as well. So, my comment would, what about technical assistance for folks that want to start up but don't know how to do nonprofit status and set up and pay those fees and all that?
I would say I have very mixed feelings about that question, which is that we have seen like really tremendously massive growth in the number of nonprofits in the US in the last generation or two. And on the one hand, that's amazing, right? Because you have this, I think particularly volunteer-led nonprofits are like the tangible expression of people's passion for their community. And that is an amazing thing. And also, we see when people are starting new nonprofits, they not always aware of the landscape. They're not always aware of programming that's already in place. They're not always coming in a way that's collaborative and maybe coming in ways that are duplicative or competitive. And so I absolutely think that there's an important role for innovation and for new nonprofits. And also, I wish that probably half the people that start new nonprofits instead went to existing nonprofits to see how they could, engage and support that, the infrastructure that already exists. So another thing that we found is that, 2 other factors. One is that there is a really limited number of professional advisors with nonprofit expertise. So like attorneys who are, tried and true nonprofit experts, not who like maybe set up a nonprofit one time, but this is what they do day in, day out. Same with accountants, and that is a limiting factor. I've had a few nonprofits start up and have really struggled to find someone who can support them through that process. The third thing I would say, and this goes back to part of our earlier conversation about West Sacramento nonprofit sector, about BIPOC engagement, is that there is a degree to which nonprofits as a structure are, like there's a degree of privilege involved in being able to set up a nonprofit. That you are someone who like is comfortable with government forms or knows attorneys or has the life experience to make that very burdensome process feel approachable. And so I do think that there's another layer, which is that there are a lot of community-led efforts that are not 501c3 nonprofits that are tremendously impactful in the community. And so that's hard for us to engage with, not on the training side, but on the grant-making side for legal reasons. But it's something that we're increasingly interested in. How do we engage with entities like that, efforts like that? So whether that's fiscal sponsorships or other approaches, but it's something we're trying to figure out how to get our arms around.
Maybe, yeah, that is a really robust answer. Thank you. I think that while you were speaking, it just popped into my mind. Years ago, when we had a presentation having to do with community engagement, there were folks that were very interested in finding out where the volunteer opportunities were. That's a common question. I think we all get it because people come to us imagining that we would know all of the happenings. And I wonder, is there any type of platform where people can get in connection with, they have a little league team and they want to make sure the boys get community service or softball or whatnot?
So this question has come up more in the last 3 months than it has in the 6 years I've been at the organization.
So Sac Region Community Foundation, they do have a platform where you can sign up for the location that you're interested in volunteering, and they can send volunteer opportunities. I can also be contacted. I'm liaison between the foundation and nonprofit organizations in the county. So nonprofit organizations can come to me and say, hey, it comes up in casual conversation quite often, like we have these gaps, we have these needs. So if someone were to come to me and say, I'm looking for a volunteer opportunity, one of the things we want to also do is make sure that we're offering aligned opportunities. So if, for instance, you are passionate about gardening and you want to do a gardening program, I'm not going to set you up with someone who wants you to do data entry because you may not be super excited about that, and you may not come back. So we want to make sure that we're also aligning with your passions and your interests. So I'm starting to keep just kind of like a rolling spreadsheet of where the opportunities are, and then when people come to me and say, I have this interest and these are my skill sets, then I can start to make those connections with them.
Thank you.
So just wanted to throw out a few nonprofits that I've seen serve and figuring out how to make these connections. And they are, one is a young lady, and she's been doing volunteer work for me, Ishael. She's a youth. She created a nonprofit called Because She Is for addressing period poverty. And she has kits that she distributes. She gave them to, I think, YCCA when we had our health fair. She helped organize the health fair. And she has this nonprofit, and she wants to continue to build more, have more period kits. So I don't know if she's familiar to you, but if I can link her up.
We would love to connect.
That'll be great. The other, I don't know if she's a nonprofit. I know it's a business, but it's a business that serves individuals with cancer who lose their hair. And she makes wigs. She makes wigs that look really real, creative hair. And they're related, so I saw them both at the health fair, had a great conversation. But seeing, from somebody like Creative Hair to create a nonprofit out of that organization, I don't know how, they're very inexpensive wigs that I think people who are going through treatment lose their hair, and she knows that firsthand, not even just treatment, it's some medical condition where they lose their hair. This could be really helpful in partnering up with Empower YOLO, who was there as well. So they were having a conversation about working more closely together. And building that bench here in West Sacramento and throughout Yolo County, actually.
I know Thriving Pink has also really expanded their work in West
Sorry, Thriving
Sacramento,
Pink
and
is what
so
I
that
meant.
connection.
Yeah, that's the one I meant, sorry.
perfect.
Thank you
That's
for
great.
reminding me about that. And then Akisha Yoga does volunteer, but they're a business. And when there are businesses who do volunteer in the community, if there's a way to create like a nonprofit who can, they can merge together, and like Akisha Yoga can have a yoga instructor come out to the community and do, they do it out of the goodness of their heart right now. But if there's a way to get them together through a nonprofit, so they can buy more, like the yoga can buy more mats and tools like that, and things like that. Repair Cafe is another one that is being stood up here in the Holy Cross. And Repair Cafe, it's more sustainability. It's getting people's items in their home, their bikes, jewelry, and repairing them. And they have a monthly event out at Holy Cross Church. And I think, I don't know if they're nonprofit status yet, but I know they were working on that.
Right.
But they've been doing a great job, and I think they're interested in financing more social media. They're a little nervous that they're, going to grow too fast. But that would be one that I would like to see more of a connection with and supporting them as well. And the Elk Grove Alumni Chapter is dipping their toe out here. They're the ones that worked with us to establish a health fair, and it was a really nice event for the community that was partnered with Repair Cafe. So those are some of the ones that I'd like to see working together with you in the future.
That's terrific. We'll go back and watch the recording of the last 5 minutes and make sure that we reach out to all of those organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Okay. Well, thank you so much, and we'll continue to work together.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our last presentation is West Sac Play. And let's see who's coming up here. I think we have the whole team coming up. Come on up and introduce yourselves, please, to the podium. Thank you. Ooh, look at a nice big check.
Well, here's another nonprofit. Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Powell. As some of you on this council know, I've served on a number of nonprofit boards here in West Sacramento, but I am here tonight in my capacity as treasurer of West Sac Play. On behalf of West Sac Play's 7-person, mom-driven, all-volunteer board, we want to thank you for the opportunity to come here before you this evening. West Sac Play is a nonprofit whose mission is simple but impactful. We're dedicated to enhancing the outdoor play spaces throughout our city, ensuring everyone has safe and inclusive spaces to connect and have fun. The dynamic women who make up West Sac Play are deeply committed to strengthening our community, creating opportunities for the kids in our community, and upgrading play areas in parks where children can thrive, explore, and grow. Now, Sarah, one of our founding board members, is going to share a little bit about the beginning of West Sac Play.
Okay, thank you. It's been a while since we've been here, so I'm going to do a little review of our history. And we know that just 20 minutes outdoors can reduce our stress, it can improve our moods and our overall well-being. We also know that our parks and our open spaces are more than just patches of grass. They're places to connect, to rest, to play, to build community. Over a decade ago, a group of moms, many pushing strollers, myself included, gathered at Bridgeway Lakes Park with a city employee to talk about the uninspiring playground. At the time, it was those bike tire shreds and metal bars, and it wasn't used very much. We knew that our kids, all of our kids, deserves better. And so we exchanged numbers on little pieces of paper, and we committed to one goal, to creating a space where kids could explore, play, make friends, and where families could come together. In 2014, Bridgeway Play was born. Back then, it was a different council and leadership, and I'm not sure what they thought of us at the beginning, but soon they saw our dedication and they caught our vision. With incredible community support, we raised $50,000 over 2 years, and the city matched it. And that's how the first playground in Bridgeway Lakes and our first success began. And now it is a vibrant community park, and I guarantee you, I bet you $100 even right now, that there are kids right now playing on that park. In 2016, we were honored with the West Sacramento Civic Leadership Award, showing the region what a successful and grassroots public and private partnership look like. But we didn't stop there. Then we grew into West Sac Play, expanding our mission beyond just one playground in the neighborhood to support the entire community and to enhance our play spaces and to bring joy along the way. Over the years, we brought concerts, fall festivals, movie nights, splash events to our parks, and we've helped our neighbors connect and build lasting memories. We've also supported the community in other ways. Our annual Cocoa with Santa event supports our fabulous West Sac PD toy drive that they do, so now toys and joy are taken directly into children's homes. Our donations have funded the shade structures at Summerfield, Pleasant Hollow, Southport Gateway, and Emil Whitey Park, giving our community relief from the sun. Most recently, we've been funding hydration stations for kids, adults, and if you see them, even pets on the ground, to ensure that clean drinking water is in our parks across the city. So tonight, we are proud to present to you another check that will continue that mission of ensuring that there is access to fresh water in all of our public spaces across the city. Like you, I have many hats that I wear, but I think one of my favorites is serving with the dynamic group of women on West Sac Play. They're the ones that when we have a big event, get all the tables and pull them down. After everybody's done dancing and going home, they kick off their dancing shoes and they break everything down and we stay late cleaning up. It's not glamorous work, but it's important work. And it's so that we can stretch every single dollar that is given to us. So together with the support of our donors and the community and our very strong partnership with the city, we have raised well over $100,000 that we have donated to your city park staff. So when we work together and we listen to our community and listen to their desires, that's when the magic happens. And I am so honored now to invite Claire, who is our vice president, and really like 5 people in one with all that she accomplishes, to invite you to our event coming up.
Well, thank you, Sarah. I think that can be said for all of our board members. Thank you so much. Our next Farm to Park event, our annual dinner and our auction evening, where we raise the largest part of the money that we can donate to the city, is coming up on September 13th. And we'd like to thank you, the city, for partnering with us and continuing the partnership, and for already reserving your tables for this event. And we'd like to invite everyone else in the community to check out the event, and for more information and for a link to purchase tickets. We've left some flyers in the back of the room next to the agenda, and please feel free to take and ask us any more information that you have or questions that you have. Thank you. And here's the check.
Thank you. We're all going to go down and take a photo, if you don't mind. And before, we do want to say thank you, and we'll start off with the Councilmember Orozco. Yeah.
It's been a long time. We've had a long-term relationship. When you guys started, I remember I was a new council member and just seeing the budding energy in the group, and it's morphed over the years, but I love seeing the OGs who have stayed there, and we've replenished the mommy group, so to speak. You want something done, you ask somebody busy, right? That's my motto. And for me, having, years of raising children like you all in this community, and seeing just opening your eyes and seeing the need, and no need for the credit, right? You just do the work that needs to be done in order to meet the need. And I'm grateful. I've worked with many of you over the years, just serving. And when we look at, just a moment ago, someone had mentioned a young lady that was doing, feminine hygiene products. Those are organic things that need to be done, right? And I just love watching you year by year, the events that we do, the check presentation, just seeing how a few dedicated people can make such a tremendous impact on this mighty little city. So thank you. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you for reminding us of what this community is and who it is that, you don't have to have a title in order to serve. And you've proven that over and over again as you, one by one, improve the park, that our children learn to grow and enjoy wonder and play. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will echo all that as well as make an additional plug for your event. I have had an opportunity to go every year the past few years, and it is so absolutely fun, from the dessert race to the auction to the auctioneer and the music. And it's just, you get to see the community coming together and your neighbors and your friends all with this goal of making sure that our families and our kiddos have a place to go and our neighbors have a place to go to be healthy, as you said, just 20 minutes. And so I'd make an additional plug. If you don't have a ticket already, get a ticket because they sell out fast and it is more than worth it.
And you so elegantly put together such a festive event. And not only is it festive, it's a lot of fun. And I just love being able to, attend the events, seeing all the money come in, people just donate out of the love for our community. And to see you, evolve from Bridgeway, that playground and into, and I was there before. I saw the tires. I wondered, is this healthy? And just to see, a group of moms get together and make a difference, make an impact, starting off there and evolving to, the broader, community, and continuing to push and pushing us as a city to doing better, and making our parks beautiful, making places where our children can play, families can get together. You truly embody that movement of community, health, and with climate change, it's more important now for us to get out and enjoy a place where, we can play and stay cool. And, you just do everything out of the goodness of your heart. And it's something I greatly appreciate, your presence and your involvement and your, check presentation, of course, to the city. So thank you so much.
I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, and we spend a lot of time at our local parks. And I cannot think of a more wonderful organization than West Side Play for your investment in the little things that make such a big difference when you're playing with young kids at a park, like water and shade structures. And every time we're at a park, I kind of like look at a shade structure and I'm like, we like this park because there's a shade structure. And little things like that that make such a big difference. And to know that you ladies, I think all female board right now, correct?
Although we accept men too.
Yes, I think there have been men on the board, but you ladies do this, it's all volunteer, which is incredible. And that lift with all of the hats that you wear to make the community such a better place. And I'm a lover of our parks. I just actually recently posted about how much we love Bridgeway Lake Spray Park. Tonight, we'll hopefully approve another spray park construction at Heritage Oaks Park, which will be incredible. And you ladies just knock it out of the park. Pun intended. And then I will also echo Farm to Park is an incredibly fun event. And I will mention the competitiveness of the live auction is something that you need to see. So if you don't have your ticket, buy it today. So thank you, ladies.
And I'm going to say thank you also. My mother loves this event. I've taken it so many times. She asked me, can I go this year? We are. So thank you again. Excellent.
All right, go on down and take a photo.
It's Paul's anniversary.
Oh, okay. No, we'll give them
Amateur
a
hour
pass.
here, yeah. Picture, yeah.
Right, next is our consent agenda items 5 through 17. Are there any requests to remove an item for questions or comments, presentation by our administration?
Yes, I have a question for 7 and 16.
I do as well for 12 and 16.
Yeah. I'll add 6 and 8. Right.
And I don't have a question. I wanted to take item 12 and item 16 separately, just to be clear. So if we're,
What do you mean take out?
oh, just not as part of the consent. It'll be more than just a,
It'll be a question, but do you want to take a separate vote?
yes.
So we're, Madam Clerk, we're pulling 12 and 16 for a separate vote.
Thank you.
Sure. Hope I can keep. Okay. Item number 6 is consideration of approval of contract amendment number 4 with Verity Design for the Bright Park Master Plan Implementation Project.
Good evening, Mayor. Jay Chahal, Interim Director for Capital Projects. I'm here for Josh Bailey.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. So this particular amendment, number 4, with Verity Design, is just to continue on the implementation of our Bright Park Master Plan, correct? For the
Correct.
entire-
It's just a amendment to add more design services, and then we'll be coming at a future meeting with an update on the project itself.
A future meeting for the entire update, okay. All right, Councilmember Alcala, do you have any questions?
No. Already spoken.
Okay, all right, that wraps that up. We'll go to number 7. Thank you so much. Jay, are you number 7?
I'm 7.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no,
I was
sorry.
asking,
I didn't know you were.
Okay,
Good
Ryan?
evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Ryan Tivas, Senior Engineer, Capital Projects.
all right. Yes, please go on.
Hi, Ryan.
Yeah.
Very excited to see the Park Boulevard improvement. I've had meetings with staff about the concerns around Park and Fallbrook, so I think this is fantastic. Can you clarify what the projected scope is for the Park Boulevard improvement?
Yeah, sure. So the proposed scope of work of improvements on Park Boulevard includes striping for bike lanes, striping for pedestrian crossings, as well as a pavement surface treatment, a cape seal that'll be able to preserve the road condition.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly from the questions I've asked previously, is striping for the bike lanes, but not green bike lanes all the way down, correct?
Correct. That's an option that we're looking into.
Okay, so
yeah.
when we get to the point and the design comes back, it would be really helpful for me to know the cost differential of going full green all the way down versus just a portion of it.
Mhm.
And then also what the operations and maintenance of the full green all the way down versus not would be as well.
Okay. And you want to know the cost difference at a future council meeting?
When we get there, after we
Yeah.
get the design. Yes,
Okay,
that would be really
perfect.
helpful.
Yeah, I think we would do that when we bring it back for, after we bid it out. We can work on an alternative for the bid package.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, absolutely. We can include that in our construction documents to see what the pricing difference would be between striping it with the green bike lanes along the entirety of Park Boulevard versus one of the options that we're looking at is striping the green enhanced visibility markings in conflict zones in which a bicyclist and vehicle are entering into like an intersection or a point in which more enhanced striping would be appropriate to make it more visible.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a perfect world, myself and the neighbors would love to see green all the way through, but I know that's a very significant cost, not only for the construction, but for the O&M of it as well. And so
Correct.
being able to see those numbers would be really helpful. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So on that roundabout, is that including the roundabout by any chance, the area?
Yeah, so the Park Boulevard improvements would go from Stone Boulevard all the way to Jefferson.
Oh, all the
and
whole
that
thing,
would
okay.
include the traffic circle at Fallbrook.
So what I've heard from residents is that in the roundabout, people miss the I mean, it's dark out there. And it's hard to see where it is, where they crash into it. And they're going fast, of course. They're going fast and they don't see it, and it's too late to swerve around.
Right.
Is there going to be a way to light it up a little more so people can see it?
That's, again, an option, a design consideration we can look into. There are some cost-effective options, such as the thermoplastic striping, using retroreflective delineators, or the RPMs, the little markers that are on the road on the striping, as well as the signage that could really enhance the vehicle traffic that's approaching the roundabout. Lighting is also an option we can look into. Does add some cost to the project if that is something we want to move forward with.
So yeah, and then for some reason, people haven't learned there is a roundabout there. When we added some of the features along Jefferson and 15th, where we saw people kind of running over that, and once we started adding those reflectors that are more eye level as you're driving,
right.
I think that, I'm not sure, but I think that prevented running it over once that was implemented.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever mechanism that is proven to be successful, even though people drive around and see this during the day, for some reason it gets invisible. Sorry, I can't help myself. Then, especially during the rain, that's what it is. It's raining, you can't see. Just trying to figure that out so that, we can expand on that in areas where we find people crashing over these little things.
Yeah. And another point I would make, a lot of the improvements that we're looking to make along Park Boulevard is an effort to slow down cars and vehicles that are using the corridor, and having reduced speed will help with reducing the amount of crashes and the speed at which some of those incidents may happen.
Yeah. How we do that too. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I
Councilmember
just
Orozco.
wanted to piggyback on that. This is my neighborhood where we're talking about. I mean, the last 15 years, this is my existence and traveling that road every single day. And I will say that both Councilmember Sulpicio, Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hill, and I both share Park Boulevard in our district. I think that the existence of the reflective lighting that you just described, and or the suggestion made by the mayor about lighting, would be significant. It is a very dark corridor, and I think if anything, the deterrent mechanism from even just noticing that it could potentially be a place where pedestrians are could leave that impression for a driver that maybe they need to slow down. It's akin to those little, fluorescent green signs with the flag, right? People are here.
Yeah.
And I've seen the complexion of the city, that area of the city change in the last 15 years, from folks who are elderly and a little less mobile to families that are walking their dogs and pushing their strollers and really maneuvering the streets. And while I don't see as much high-speed road activity during the daytime, it is a place where we want everyone, regardless of the time of day, to be able to travel safely.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? All right.
Thank you.
Ryan. Next, we have number 8, Alice Norman Baseball Playfield. Who's that? Oh. Inambao? Is that you?
My name is Jason Popple. I'm the park superintendent.
Okay,
I think I could
Jason.
probably help with the questions.
Jason. Yes, Jason.
Yes.
I'm blanking out here, Jason. Sorry about that.
No.
You're like, what?
No.
All right. So we have the Capital Improvement Program and approval of contract award to Sierra Services for the Alice Norman Baseball Playfield Conversion Project. And this is, I think, a pretty significant step. Can you just share a little bit of that for Alice Norman Park?
Yeah, so for this project in particular, we're looking at converting one of the baseball Little League fields into a multi-use field. So where baseball plays off of a mound and softball plays off of a flat surface, baseball could play on a softball field, but softball can't play on a baseball field. So this project will create essentially a softball field that both Little League baseball and softball can use, where softball will use a portable mound setup like you see in many cities and different facilities, but softball would be able to use the same field. So it would provide additional softball fields for the city for West Sac Girls softball or other softball events and rentals and clubs, but still allowing baseball to also have a possible field. It just really expands our programming needs based on what rec is expanding and the city is expanding. So.
Has the girls softball league provided input on this?
We have reached out to them. They have helped to provide feedback in terms of their growing programs and their growing need for additional fields, and to kind of balance that out the best we can with the city. So.
Okay, that's good to know. Just want to make sure they're included.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Jason. That's
of course. Thank you.
Nobody else has questions? Okay. All right. So we have 12 and 16 left. What I'd like to do is first ask, removing 12 and 16, if there are any questions. Sorry, is there any public comment requests, Madam Clerk, for any of those?
We have no request to speak on the consent agenda items with the exceptions of 12 and 16.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is move.
Yeah, you're good.
Move those, and then we can pull, now that we pulled 12 and 16, and then take a separate vote for that.
In fact, I will put in a motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Early moved and Councilmember Akala seconded. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Akala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hull?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, those are approved. Now is 12, item number 12, which is consideration of finding a public convenience or necessity for the Type 21 alcohol beverage control license at 45 15th Street, Arco. Elijah.
Good evening, Madam
Good evening,
Mayor and
Elijah.
council members. Elijah Ortega, Associate Planner, Community Development Department.
And we have
I have a couple questions.
yes,
Does that work?
Councilmember Early.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. So when I think about public convenience or necessity, I had just a couple of questions about that. Are there any places within like 2 or 3 miles where you can buy liquor from where this location is wanting to be?
There are. So I included as attachment 3 to your agenda report a map showing essentially the approved ABC licenses for the census tract. So that includes 6 licenses, 3 of which are authorized to sell beer and wine, and 3 of which are authorized to sell beer, wine, and liquor.
Okay, great. Do you know how many AMPMs have a liquor license in West Sacramento?
So we have 3 AMPMs currently. The one on Reed Avenue has a Type 21 license, which is authorization to sell beer, wine, and liquor.
Okay.
The one on Lake Washington has a Type 20 for beer and wine only. And the request tonight for the one on Jefferson is a request for a Type 21 beer, wine, and liquor.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. So what I'm hearing is there are places within that vicinity to purchase liquor. And so for me, that's really helpful information. And then out of the, I guess, 4 AMPMs, did I get that right? 4 in West Sacramento, or only 3 total?
So there's 3 total.
Okay, out of the 3 total, 1 has a liquor license.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Right.
Oh,
Sure,
what's up for the mayor?
Councilmember Orozco.
That one that has a liquor license, how is it situated with respect to the proximity to residential areas?
So it's located on the south side of Reed Avenue. So there's the neighborhood to the northeast, it would be. But you'd have to cross Reed Avenue, which is 4 or 5 lanes. So it's within the IKEA kind of shopping center realm.
It doesn't abut private property or residential properties.
It doesn't share any property lines with the residential zone. No, it does not.
And I noticed that you're mentioning businesses such as 7-Eleven, Chevron, Penny Rod and Bait, and Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and Bros Liquor. But those are just the locations that sell liquor for off-site consumption, correct?
That's correct.
That doesn't include places like Altos or Doña Chuyita or Ay Jalisco or Whitey's Jolly Cone and other places in the area that also serve alcohol, but for on-site consumption.
Right, that's correct. And the reason for that being is that the way ABC looks at alcohol licenses across the board is there's a clear distinction between licenses for off-sale consumption or off-site consumption versus on-site consumption. So we're comparing kind of like-for-like licenses.
But bottom line is there's an overconcentration, or at least a high concentration of locations where liquor could be purchased in that one, I guess maybe 1 to 2 mile radius around that area.
In the census tract, yes, there is. The same is true for the city across the board as a whole.
Elijah, just a quick clarification on the previous question. There is a 4th AM PM on West Capitol, at the West and West Capitol. I believe that one also just has a type 20.
Thank
So
you.
no liquor.
I believe that's correct. And just to distinguish, when we use the term liquor, we're talking about hard alcohol.
I figured
Yeah.
liquor is liquor. I think we all,
Right.
we're adults here.
There's
Beer and
some
wine versus-
ambiguity in that term in other places. So they have a beer and wine license, but they don't sell hard alcohol at that location.
We do have our Westside PD present here who, in case you had any questions you'd like to direct.
I didn't.
You didn't?
Mm-mm. Thank you, though.
I do have a,
Mayor
um,
Pro Tem?
correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe at this property, this came to Planning Commission, and it was originally recommended by the police department to not approve the license. Is that correct?
That's correct. So this project went to Planning Commission first in December, where the recommendation from staff at that time was to not approve the license. We had a discussion at Planning Commission where the commission provided staff basically with the recommendation to go back and take a closer look at some of the data that we were using to take a look at that request. And ultimately, we came back to Planning Commission in March after discussions with the applicant and with the police department, really centered around these conditions of approval that you're seeing in your attachment today, that are meant to really minimize the negative or potential negative impacts of alcohol sales on the neighborhood, and change the staff recommendation from a denial of the license to approval with conditions.
So the initial visit to Planning Commission, there were no conditions. And
That's
after our
correct.
conversation, these conditions were drafted, and the police department is supportive of this.
That's correct.
What do these conditions look like in comparison to our other properties that have 21 licenses?
So a lot of them are very similar. There are some that are specific to this property. I have some examples prepared, I think in one of the slides here, so I can show you kind of what some of those look like. And these specifically are some of the conditions of approval that were approved again by the Planning Commission, again with the goal of trying to minimize some of the potential negative impacts associated with alcohol sales at the property. So you'll notice a lot of these are pretty standard restrictions on things such as exterior advertisement of alcoholic beverages. We do have a hard alcohol sales closure at 10 p.m. for this property. But a lot of these have been modeled after similar conditions that we have for other Type 21 licenses in the city. The one that is kind of an outlier here is one number 11, which essentially allows the community development director and the police chief to take another look at this conditional use permit and these conditions a year after the project opens to really take a closer look at the neighborhood and identify if there's any issues that have come up in that year span associated with alcohol sales. And at that time, if conditions arise and problems are identified, they can then reconsider the conditions of approval here at this property.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, I would have to say that I appreciate the work that went into adding the conditions of approval. I know that selling alcohol in the community at a time when we've seen the impact of alcohol in among those that have been driving and caused some serious accidents, death. and even recently, where I don't know exactly what happened, but 2 young people, died, and we'll see what the results are for that, but it does have serious effects, and just making sure that we don't exceed. And I think our city is somewhat conservative. I've heard a lot about the denials, especially along West Capitol Avenue, and this is not that far off visibility-wise. So, sure. So with that, I appreciate the conditions of approval and the fact that our West Sac PD is going to be vigilant over this one and what happens. And it looks like they're going to be doing a lot of upgrades to this particular ARCO, that this would help, as far as boost sales and things like that. Yes, council member.
I just want to make sure, before we take the vote, I think this is the place I would make a comment. I want to be clear, while I support the role of businesses and in our local economy, particularly small businesses, I won't be approving this. I cannot approve it, an additional liquor license at this location. I think we already have, as we've talked about, ample access to alcohol in our community, and adding another location doesn't align with the vision that I know I share with many of you guys on a safe, healthy neighborhoods, especially in this area. I think we should be focusing on opportunities that uplift families and create positive spaces for young people, not expanding access to products that can lead to harm if not managed responsibly. So it's about making choices today that reflect the kind of community that we want for our children. And so for me, I will be voting no.
And Elijah, one quick question. If this is denied, what would be the consequences to the applicant if we either delayed approval or if it's denied? So for the applicant to be aware of the consequences on both decisions.
So denial would deny them the ability to sell alcohol at the proposed new project. So that would be kind of the effect of that recommendation.
So the question is, denied would mean they couldn't revise?
So you would be denying the request tonight for the ability to sell under a Type 21 license, which is beer, wine, and liquor. There would be a possibility if the applicant chose to pursue a different license type, such as a Type 20 for beer and wine. Again, that would be up to the applicant to take a look at the project to see if they want to do that. But that's an avenue that would still be open to them if the item tonight was denied.
Okay, so if it was voted down tonight, they could still revise it, come back, council, with the revised, or even
They would be pursuing a different ABC license at that point, yes.
So they'd have to start back to ABC to do that.
They would have, I believe they would have to put in a new application with ABC, that's correct.
If we denied it.
Yeah.
Whereas if today we didn't take a vote on it, if they withdrew their application today, if the applicant is here, I don't know if their applicant is here.
They are.
If the applicant decided to withdraw in case there aren't enough votes, to withdraw it and then revise it, that way they don't start the clock over again.
So I think I would have the applicant answer that. I'm not too familiar with where they are in the ABC process and what that would look like. But I would invite them to maybe speak to that if they'd like to.
And just to clear up one point that's related to this, our understanding is that a Type 20 license doesn't require a conditional use permit. So the conditional use permit was required to go to Planning Commission because of the Type 21 application. Elijah, can you just verify that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so for the applicant to, the actual use of the property for a gas station is principally permitted at this location. So it's a matter of if they had to go back and revise their license, they would be making a new application for a Type 20. It would still require a PCN, so it would still come back to council. But it wouldn't require them to go back to Planning Commission to get a new conditional use permit.
That's if they revised it, not denied.
Correct.
So denied would mean.
Well, it's sort of the same effect. They would have to go back to get a new Type 20 license.
I did confirm this process today with ABC just to make sure. It would start their process with ABC over from scratch. So they would have to decline their application. They would have to start completely from scratch with ABC, a whole new license, a whole new PCN development, and then a whole new ask to council. So it would extend the timeline, but they can go through the process.
So if we denied it, then they would start, so either way, it's the same thing?
Correct.
Okay.
May I ask another question?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
The staff report mentions proposing the full-scale redevelopment of the site. Does that have to happen for this license to go into effect, or could the property stay exactly as it is physically now and the 21 license be approved?
The conditions that the Planning Commission approved would only apply to the new project when that was opened. So it wouldn't be authorized to sell alcohol as the property currently exists.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. No other questions? All right.
I don't have a question. I have a, comment or a question.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Question, yeah. I mean, so we've had this issue come before this council, maybe a different group of voter or representatives at the time, but we're very conservative, as somebody had mentioned earlier, about approving licenses in areas of high concentration, and West Sacramento just happens to have a high concentration, as mentioned before. I mean, as a city, certain pockets of the city, I think, are a lot more than others, but still, you do see, for the size of our city, a lot more opportunities for people to just walk in and grab what they need. And that's not a judgment against libations whatsoever. I think this question is that, the residents here have elected us to manage how land is used in their neighborhoods. And that's why this particular location is a particular concern to me, because it does abut a very vibrant and small neighborhood of residents who aren't necessarily at this meeting tonight. I think that, the sale of alcohol, especially hard alcohol, as we could say liquor, right, 21, that could lead to a variety of different problems with areas, whether that be disturbances with noise or light or vagrancy or risk to public safety. But as the mayor mentioned, just drunk driving incidences and other types of violence that occur when these opportunities are available readily, and that is such a highly trafficked intersection there that I can imagine would be very popular for such activity. I just think that, as we mentioned earlier, there is a high concentration of opportunity in that particular area, and when it comes to West Capitol Avenue and or that particular corridor, I have a high sensitivity. It is the area that we've been trying to revitalize and bring our city back for our residents. And so for that, I have big concerns about a Type 21. Whether or not beer and wine would inspire me differently, I can't answer that at this juncture, but I am not into.
Okay. All right, nothing else? All right, thank you. I'm going to open it up for public comment, Madam Clerk.
Noah Phillips.
You have 3 minutes.
There's only one card for all three of you?
Just two of us.
There's two separate cards, Madam Clerk? I think that's what I read.
I have Pete Tobin.
That's me. Yep,
Okay,
that's
so
Noah.
three.
He's No, the we'll do owner. three. We're not even gonna.
So each of you have, if you submitted two cards, each of you have 3 minutes, so that's 6 minutes.
We'll
Okay,
do it
go
in
ahead.
less than that.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to
Wanna go
provide
first?
clarification.
Okay. Members of the council, Pete Tobin with Tobin Consulting. I think it's really important to clarify that we're dealing with an existing ARCO that is super old. It's an eyesore. You can't see in it, okay? The restrictions of these conditions of approval, I've probably been involved with 200 to 300 gas stations with use permits and everything else. Never seen anything this restrictive. But the owner agreed to it. This is Tony. He has a Type 21 in escrow. He's had it for about a year. He can't go ahead and buy it until this happens. the goal of the project is to completely rebuild the site. That will not happen if the type 21 doesn't get approved. So what you'll have is you'll have the existing ARCO, it'll stay. He's got plans that are probably 3 months out in terms of full rebuild plans with a big, nice C-store that you can see inside, pumps, everything's new. It's on a bigger site, it's awesome. That's not going to happen because it doesn't economically pencil out without this type 21. So.
I just want to just say that.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, that's for the public. It goes to a live feed.
No problem. The issues with saturation of license, and more particularly the issue of where the property sits in relation to residential housing, was one of the primary concerns that law enforcement raised in their initial objections to this project, to the 21 license. With some back and forth, I think what we came to the conclusion about was the fact that the data that the police department brought forward didn't support the denial. And I think what they did was that they looked at the types of calls for service that the other type 21 projects and locations had. And, you know, after they looked at the data, they came to the conclusion that this set of conditions was the right path forward for the kind of rebuild that Tony is looking to do out in that area. So, thank you. You want to say anything, Tony?
Okay.
And we can answer any questions if you have any.
I do have a question. It sounds like revenue, it's revenue generating to pencil out the construction. What is that?
Go ahead. Typically about 15%. It makes a lot of, it really helps your return on investment. You know, if that's not there, in a lot of cases, franchisees, corporate oil companies, they just go, doesn't pencil out.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me just get this straight. In order to make this project pencil, you have to approve a hard liquor license, or you're saying beer, wine, and liquor complete?
That's really up to Tony. What's your take on this? This is a $9 million project. Is it going to work out for you with a beer and license only?
Speaking of the mic.
Yeah, we actually started in 2017, and then COVID came, and then we restarted again in 2022. All that time, I spent about $500,000, didn't get anywhere. At that time, it was going to cost me about $4.5 million. And now it's going to cost me about $9.5 million. We also have a fast food. We requested a drive-through, but we were declined. So we had to add something to make it work, which was a license, ABC license.
My question was, so does it have to include hard liquor, or could beer and wine hypothetically suffice as an alternative? Have you run those numbers to determine that?
We only ran the numbers with the liquor license.
Because that sounds like you'd have to sell a whole lot of liquor in order to make the project come to fruition. It seems like it's on the shoulders of selling the liquor. Is that fair to say?
Liquor will be percentage of the sales. I'm not sure. We will have to pencil it out.
Yeah, we're not even sure we can get a type 20 because we have a type 21 in escrow. So we'd have to reverse engineer the whole thing. That's kind of a big issue. We don't know if that is even available.
They'd have to start from scratch to get the type.
Yeah.
Right. But without a doubt, there's no way this thing will be built because he's probably 3-4 months away from pulling building permits. He's already been through planning. So all the building permits, planning permits, underground tank permits, that's how close he is to this project. And that's how vital this is.
So why is it that you could get a type 21 license but not a 20, which is a little bit more restrictive?
Tony was working with a ABC consultant, and you're buying these on the market. There's They're available, type 20, but it was available a year ago. So they put in escrow, and they can't release it until this occurs. That's how-
Did
yeah.
that make sense? So the
Maybe to somebody
21
else.
was in escrow, not the 20?
Right. There's a type 21 in escrow as we speak.
I see, but not the 20.
No, it was,
Can I
were-
ask a
the
clarifying
type 21 was the one that was in escrow, and
I
that's the one
see.
he pursued.
question? Is your client buying a license from someone who holds a license?
Yes.
So this is not a new license from ABC? And
That
whatever the
clarifies.
market is, whether there's a type 20 license available on the market, that's another question.
Right, where it's not adding a new one.
I see.
It's buying an existing one.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a difference, that it's not a new one, that it's an existing one. Does that make sense? I didn't realize that we had that here, by the way, that there was that. Somebody, I'm aware of other cities where that happens, and so I guess our city does that too. Okay. Anything else?
Just to be clear, that's ABC that controls that process, not the city, in terms of the market.
Oh, I
for
see, so it's
liquor licenses.
statewide.
Correct.
Yeah,
So there's like
I'm not
this-
sure where this license is coming from. I think I'd heard from Davis, but I'm not sure.
Like a bucket in the county, or?
I actually don't know where it's coming from, so, you know? Yeah, okay.
I have a
Nobody knows.
question.
Okay.
When's the last time money was put into this property to upgrade its situation from the presentation that it currently is in?
Tony, when's the last time you fixed up the gas station? Did you do any, when's the last time it was, work was performed on it, upgraded?
10 years.
2014,
What was done?
upgraded the dispenser.
So you put in a new pump.
Remember that. Remember you closed it down.
And actually, I wanted to put dispensers now because the card readers are not working.
I know they're not.
But the city, it was I had to redo the whole, I had to rip out the concrete and redo all the electrical, so it wasn't possible.
Yeah, don't go to yours because you don't have the card reader working.
When I was only 6 months away from rebuilding it. Right, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it would be nice to have a more functional gas station
Yes.
there.
And I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but it's gonna serve the community.
And you'll be able to see inside the C-store, there'll be about 30 cameras. Everything's high-tech, all the way across. Right now, you can't even see them, barely can see them.
Are you currently sharing cameras with our West Sac PD, if anything?
No, I'm not.
You're not? Or you will?
We will.
Oh, that's one of the conditions.
One of the conditions, okay,
Yes.
good.
So, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I engage?
Oh, yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't want to convolute two different issues. The one, whether or not we agree that the new investment would be superior to what's existing is not before us tonight. We are not in a position to decide whether or not we agree that the gas station investment would be better off. I mean, I think everybody would think that something shiny new that we could look into would be preferable to a situation that we have right now. I think the question becomes a matter of whether or not we approve a liquor license and for liquor to be sold from that location specifically. And as we had mentioned in previous comment, this is a location that has specific and very special situation. It's positioned in a community that's already highly saturated. And even though you can do it, the question is, should you? And as elected officials and people who are speaking on behalf of a lot of community sentiment, especially with one that is abutted, a neighborhood that has been traditionally very quiet, and it's surrounded by areas where there's high traffic, it just comes to question whether or not hard liquor or liquor at all, but for me, hard liquor would be preferable to bring into that area. It's the same argument that I had maybe 7 years ago when I brought the issue before this city about flavored tobacco products and the fact that lots of our local children were being attracted to vaping and using flavored tobacco. Now, whether or not people should have the choice to do that, that's fine. But when we market to children, that is not a policy consideration. That is a policy consideration that I, as an elected leader, have to take very serious because it is having a perverse impact on the community. As I sit here tonight, like I said, beer and wine or hard seltzers and prepackaged multi-unit quantities are not necessarily my concern. The concern I have is what comes with hard liquor, and the type 21 is my reservation. So I wouldn't say it preclude my position on maybe a type 20 in the future, but as we sit here today, I don't believe it's good for my community, and that's my neighborhood. So with that, my position is that I'm not in support.
I wanted to, say that in reviewing the presentation from staff, and thank you for pulling it and presenting that opportunity for us to take a look at the conditions of approval, which is pretty important for us to understand, and all the staff work, and seeing that our Westside PD is going to be heavily engaged in monitoring this. And so I do have confidence that, we will be watching you closely. I didn't receive any public comment. Normally, I'm pretty engaged with the community. I have not received, and I'm familiar with the residents and have spoken to a business owner, a week and a half ago, and this did not come up as a concern. Am I missing something? Were there any concerns raised at any meetings, Planning Commission? Do you notify the residents about what your plans are? Is there a process? And then
Yeah, I can explain the public notification process. So prior to both of the initial Planning Commission meeting where the Planning Commission considered the design of the project was required to comply with our public notification standards, which requires actually mailed notice going out to all of the property owners within a 500-foot radius of the project site. So that actually happened 3 separate times for the 3 different times that this project went to Planning Commission. The project and the item tonight was also noticed in the newsletter, consistent with our public notification standards per the municipal code.
That's incredible. Were there any objections or concerns or anything raised?
We did not receive any public comment or comments on this project based on that previous Planning Commission cycle.
Well, that's very helpful to know, because it seems like Councilmember Orozco is referencing that as elected officials we're being responsive, but I have not received any notification or a phone call or anything from the businesses around there. And I was just a little concerned that there was no notification of this, that this was not transparent enough.
Yeah, this project did comply with our kind of standard public notice requirements.
Okay, because with that, I would feel comfortable to support this. Thank you. All right. Let's see where council takes it. Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, Councilmember Alcala moved and Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Emphatically no.
Councilmember Orozco?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Yes.
Mayor Guerrero?
Yes. All right, this item is approved. Next, we have item 16. And pull that.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I did too.
There we go.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Chris Sorosky, Parks and Rec.
Chris, good to have you here.
Thanks.
So who would like to go first with your questions or comments?
Mine are actually more. Yes, am I on now? It keeps me honest. So mine are less of a question and more of a friendly amendment and a comment as well. And so I will start with, I am proud to support moving this project forward because improving our parks is about bringing people together and investing in the heart of our community. But as we do this work, we also have a responsibility to honor the cultural history and the sensitivities connected to this land. And so given that tribal resources have been identified in nearby areas, not necessarily this exact location, but definitely nearby, I'd like to propose that we direct staff to work on exploring a name change for the park, one that reflects cultural sensitivity and acknowledges the heritage of those who have come before us. I feel that this is about respect, inclusivity, and ensuring that every family in West Sacramento feels seen, feels valued in these spaces that we create together. And so that is my comment. I'm very excited to support this, but wanted to make an amendment on renaming the park. Right now, I think Heritage Oaks is the name that we currently have. But
I think there's a process for name changes.
there is, but I think we have to initiate the process. And so this would be.
Yeah, so I think I could chime in on that. So I think if I would be curious to hear, opinions from the whole council, but we do have a name change policy that's fairly recently adopted by the council, in fact. It's more a procedural thing. It contemplates bringing this up through the typical, council members' request of future item. However, given that we're awarding the contract for the project, we're talking about it tonight, we're comfortable if there is consensus interest on the council to at least initiate the renaming process. There's a whole procedure we follow that takes into account a lot of what Councilman Early said, and we would obviously bring that back to council as part of that process. So,
and ideally reach out to our tribe that we have here, Yochidehi, as well as potentially other communities. Would be my request. But I think that's part of the process.
Part of the process.
Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So first of all, staff, thank you for the updated rendering of the park.
You're welcome.
I've been asking for this for a while, so I'm excited to see what it looks like. Not the same conversation, but along the same subject. There's a very good chance that cultural resources will be found at this site. Can you share with us the process that the city has if cultural resources are identified, and how the construction company that we're recommending for this project is educated on those policies and procedures?
Yes, currently we have environmental science associates. We have a contract with them. They've been involved since the early design process. They did our Section 106 consultation, and they did a cultural resource survey of the property. So they're very much aware of the site, and they'll come out. They'll be at our pre-construction meeting. They'll also set up a time before shovels are hitting the ground, and they'll teach the construction staff of what to look for and what their mode of conduct is to include the ESA, environmental associates. And we'll follow the process that we've hired the consultants to guide us with.
On that note, then, to be frank, I don't have an issue with the name of the park right now, but what I would like to see there, and I think this is a conversation that we need to have past this, to acknowledge the historic nature of this site and the native lands. I would love to have a future conversation about partnering with Yochidehi about kiosks and information on the site to better connect our community with the history of this area. And so I'm not directing you to do anything right now. I'm just sharing my thoughts on this specific park, cultural resources that have been located in the area, and just I think it's a conversation we need to have at a future date to find funding and to partner with our local tribe of what that could look like in the area. And then the second note is we have a new business there at Heritage Oak Park, Emil's Cafe, which has been incredibly popular this weekend. There were lines out the door and down the street. I've spoken with the business owner recently, and he said that you guys had a great conversation about construction coming. Can you just share some of the conversations that you've had with both the owner and the construction company about how to minimally disrupt their day-to-day operations?
Yeah, so in the agreement we have with the cafe owners is that we maintain parking spaces, not as many as there were on Saturday when I was there. There was only 2 parking spaces left. So we're going to work with the contractor to provide as many spaces in addition to what's in their agreement. And We have set up communications with the owners so that we know when deliveries are coming in, and we're going to not disrupt the business at all. We're going to keep it at a minimum, keep our open communications with the owner, and we've discussed doing a lot of the work right around the cafe on Mondays when they're closed. So we have a good working relationship so far between the contractor and the cafe owners.
That's fantastic. And then my final question is, for the last few months, I've been hosting a food truck event at Heritage Oak Park, and we've been having it, I don't even know, kind of back behind these trees here. And the next event is this next Wednesday. And then the event in August was initially scheduled for, it's the fourth Friday of the month, which would be August 27th. I would love confirmation that due to construction, we cannot have this event, or maybe if construction is starting on the other side, that this event still could be held. I've chatted with staff about that, and so I guess the phasing of construction, it would be nice to know sooner rather than later, that I can let my partner Sacto Mofo know whether or not we can do our August event.
Yeah, I would say the August event, I'd cancel that event. We're going to put the fence up. We're going to do some perimeter work the first week of August, starting August 4th, and then the week of August 11th, we're going to start putting the perimeter fence up. So we won't want to have public in that space.
Perfect. What I needed to know.
Very helpful. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the renaming suggestions. First I've heard of it, and I feel I need to absorb it a little more as a conversation with the city manager. And I think Heritage Oaks is how I've seen it. But I mean, I'm open to options to elevating the history and the culture. We did have a meeting with a representative, Parks and Rec, and Doug and I had a meeting about Prop 4 funding opportunities. And by the way, historical preservation museums is also a line item in there, in case you want to explore that. To add that as part of the park. I don't know how we can do it, but that's when wearing my other hat, I learned about that. I didn't know. We were just talking about parks in general, but
well, I didn't.
This is
to be fair, I didn't discuss it with anyone here for Brown Act.
No, I know.
Which is why, right? This would be the first time you would be here, at least hearing it from me. I think it was for me, it's the cultural resources, as Mayor Pro Tem just said. Likely, we'll find more cultural resources there. Mm-hmm. So beyond anything else, right? As you go closer to the river, and so it feels again. And this is more feelings than anything, and respect for our tribe, that if you're going to find particularly their cultural resources there, that it feels only right to do that, but completely understand what you're saying, which is, hey, I'm just hearing this.
Yeah. Along our levee, we're going to be having a lot of renovation done for outdoor recreational activities. And if not this, maybe there can be something dedicated space, naming that as well as an option, as a backup option. And also looking at funding for that through Prop 4. This is this year that they're going to be, but I know it's all new, but these are nuances that would come up at this minute that you start writing behind. You have friends that'll, prepare things for you. So thank you so much. I just want to say thank you for pulling this. This is a very exciting project, Heritage Oaks, and the future. I know that COVID hit this area hard, and we had some unfortunate situations happen with this area that we had to shut down the ropes course, but looking forward to the future and what it'll offer to the city and all the residents around, and meals being there open, such a great add-on there. So I'm very grateful for all the work you've done.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I can pull, since it does, again, to be fair to my colleagues, this is the first time you guys are hearing this, and it does feel like maybe there is some additional processing that needs to happen around renaming the park and potential partnership with Yochidehi. So I can absolutely pull my friendly amendment. No?
Sure. And with that, I'll accept a motion to approve this agenda item.
I'd like to
Early
move
moves.
Oh. Mayor Pro Tem Cepizio moved and Early seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Acala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, next is item 18, under finance, is a public hearing and consideration of resolution 25-77, certifying inclusion of delinquent charges and penalties for water, sewer, and refuse services on the secure tax roll in the same manner as the general taxes, and directing that lien also be placed on the subject properties. Ms. Angie Familia, our finance supervisor, will do a presentation on this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Angie Familia from the Finance Department. Every year, the city conducts a public hearing to place the delinquent water, sewer, and refuse charges on the secured property tax roll, and at the same time, we request authorization to place liens on these delinquent properties. Toward the end of each fiscal year, city staff prepares a list of unpaid utility service charges on accounts that have been delinquent for more than 60 days. We use that list to send out notices in mid-June to notify the customers of the delinquency. The notice includes the amount due and contact information to make a payment. As of today, the delinquent accounts for utility charges has reduced from 1,233 accounts, which is what we had originally, to 878. There was an increase in the total amount of past due from last year to this year because last year we received a $1.1 million check from the state to apply towards accounts that were past due during COVID. The city staff will continue to accept payments through July 24th to allow staff to have a few days to process the final payments and pull together the list to be submitted to the county for the tax roll. I'd love to answer any questions that you may have and ask for the council to open the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, I'm going to start off with opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
We have no requests to speak on this item.
All right, closing the public hearing, the public comment time, bringing it back to council. Are there any questions, comments? All right, I'll accept a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Okay.
Early second.
Okay, Councilmember Alcala moved and Councilmember Early seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Councilmember Acala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. Right, this item is approved. Thank you so much for all your hard
Thank
work
you.
on this. Next is item 19 under the Fire Department is a public hearing and consideration of resolution 25-36, certifying the list of weed abatement charges, directing that a lien be placed on the subject properties and requesting inclusion of these charges on the secured tax roll in order that they may be collected in the same manner as general taxes. Yes, you may get started.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm here tonight to put close to the 2024 weed abatement program after a year of allowing property owners to compensate the fire department directly for third-party forced abatement. We have outstanding balances for a list of properties that now needs to be directed to the Yolo County auditor. The unpaid balances include a 20% administrative fee to cover the cost of managing the program. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council open the public hearing to receive public comment on those charges, as well as adopt Resolution 2536, recertifying them. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, we will open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
We have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, then with that, I'll bring it back and I'll accept a motion to approve this request.
I'll move.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall moved and Councilmember Orozco seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Acala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
She's not here.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, thank you so much to the both
Thank
of
you.
you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next is our regular agenda items from Community Development is item 20, is City Council Workshop on Development Review Process Enhancements and Review of the Book of Fees Update. Ms. Aus.
Thank you. Thank you. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor Guerrero, members of council. My name's Andrea Aus, and I'm your Director of Community Development, and I am thrilled to share with you how the city's Community Development Department is modernizing its development review and permitting processes to better serve our residents, local businesses, and development community. We've been working on several initiatives over the past couple of years, and we want to make development in West Sacramento more predictable, more transparent, and more efficient. And tonight, I'll walk you through some of those highlights. Our objective is clear. We want to be the top-rated community development department in the region. And to achieve that, we're taking a deliberate and strategic approach, starting with acquiring a clear understanding of our customers' experience, and we're gathering formal and informal feedback from applicants, from stakeholders and staff. And we're using that insight along with professional best practices to shape meaningful improvements. We're also focusing on developing a means to acquire reportable metrics so that we can track progress, measure outcomes, and hold ourselves accountable for a high standard of service. But beyond tools and processes, this really is about culture and building a culture of yes. We're committed to welcoming the future and moving forward with a mindset grounded in problem solving, in collaboration, and innovation. So we're embracing this culture and where we work together to find solutions and make great projects possible. The vision isn't just aspirational, it's operational, and it's driving every improvement that we make. So what's the development experience and why does it matter? Well, development review and permitting touches every part of our local economy, from small business renovations to large industrial projects. But we know that time is money, and delays or uncertainty in the process can increase cost, it can frustrate applicants, and slow down investment. That's why we've prioritized improvements to streamline the experience and to make the city easier to work with. I'd like to walk through a typical development journey very quickly, and from the early ideas, the embryonic ones, to the final inspection, just so you can better understand how we support projects in community development from start to finish. So it all starts with the pre-application phase, and at this stage, it's when individuals or businesses come to us with early ideas and conceptual proposals. So these initial conversations are really essential. They give applicants a chance to explore the possibilities and to ask questions of us before formally submitting anything. These early inquiries often include several iterations of conversations and concepts, and our applicants refine their proposals based on that feedback. During this time, we introduce customers to the tools we already have to make the process easier and more transparent. And those include Acela Citizen Access, which allows applicants to track their permits and track applications online. It includes Permit Pal, which is our guided permit wizard that helps people identify what permits they may need and what process to take. And our GIS parcel viewer, which allows them to look up zoning and basic property information. Once the application's formally submitted, then we start the process of review. And so post-submittal, we provide comments, do a detailed review, and several rounds of review typically during the building permit process or even the planning entitlement process. Once permits and entitlements are approved, the project moves towards construction, and then, of course, we do all of our required inspections. And this full cycle approach, from starting from an idea, germinating through to an end of an approved, occupied project, is how we guide development in a structured and supportive way. Taking a step back for a moment, though, and realizing that we are a young city, we are about 38 years old, and This was the slide I meant to be at. West Sacramento really comparatively is very young. And what I mean by that is our community development department and our policies, our procedures, our internal operations, administrative infrastructure is sometimes a remnant from Yolo County. We still have codes that are adopted from prior to incorporation. Sometimes our processes are implemented ad hoc as needed, but overall we haven't done anything holistically. And we've done a tremendous amount, however, and we've had legendary success and progress for a city of our age and our size. But when you consider the fact that Woodland has 116 years, they're older than us. Sacramento is 137 years older than we are, and even Davis is 60 years older. We've come a very long way as a city in a very short amount of time. Our processes then can be very simple and very streamlined, but it can also be inordinately complicated. But building a culture where we are focusing on streamlining and efficiency will provide that surety to applicants, faster projects, and more certainty in the outcomes. So efficient processes further clarify the perceptions that not only our current customers, but those seeking to invest here should do so. So what we're trying to do, our objective here is to enhance a business and customer-friendly environment and a climate in our city, building on our strengths, addressing our challenges head-on, and using the tools we have in a smarter and more strategic way. We recognize that businesses thrive in an environment where government is a partner. That's why we're focusing on digital tools and platforms that we already exist, but we're using them in a more impactful way, at least we hope to. Technology is only part of the equation, however. What truly sets us apart is our commitment to improving customer service. And we're not replacing the human element. We're really trying to enhance it. Whether you're a developer, a small business owner, or a resident, you can count on high-touch, responsive approach to customer service. That means it's timely communication, real solutions, and a team that is empowered to help. And that commitment extends to our team in City Hall as well. So increasing our ability for teams to train, clear communication, and regular feedback, because when our staff feel well supported, they're better equipped to support the customer. So some of the initiatives we're working on currently include improving development services through the launching of PermitPal. It's one of our biggest recent accomplishments, and it's one where the applicants, through the permitting process, are able to find where they can do a certain project, or if they have a piece of land already, what kinds of things can they do on their property. And it helps people really understand what they need to do before they submit to the Community Development Department, reducing confusion, avoiding unnecessary steps, and saving everyone's time. What it doesn't do quite yet is link to our Acela, which is our major permit platform. But fortunately, Acela has actually acquired PermitPal very recently, so we're counting on improvements to be made so that people can go to really a one-stop virtual permitting shop. We're also kicking off an organizational and operational evaluation of the department, involving a third-party review of staffing, of workflows, of our organizational structure and service delivery. Based on those findings, I anticipate there's going to be recommendations, and it may realign some of our teams to reduce internal handoffs, clarifying responsibilities, and taking a data-driven approach to staffing. So a key focus of all of our work in community development is the use of our major platform, Acela. Right now, it's significantly underutilized for a variety of reasons, but we are working on it continually. We're not getting the full value, however, of the tool we already have. So improving how we use and the types of things we use Acela for is already underway, and it's going to continue in phases. A major update to the user interface for the customer is scheduled to roll out late summer. And that's going to help make our system much more intuitive and much more accessible to both staff and our external users. Again, I can't stress this enough. Acela and the improvements to Acela is critical for increasing efficiency and reducing processing times, but also enhancing the transparency. So more priorities. We're moving forward with an important update to our Transportation Impact Fee, or TIF program. A request for proposal has been released to initiate the comprehensive update to ensure that the fee structure remains aligned with the city's evolving transportation needs and development goals. This effort incorporates really three major components. First, the update to the fee structure to modernize it and to modernize the project list to ensure that we're funding the right infrastructure to support future growth. But in addition to that, doing a full evaluation of our demand model, which will ensure we're working with accurate and correct data that's current to forecast travel behavior, to assess project impacts, and to more effectively, at both neighborhood and citywide scale, plan for it. We're leaning into our GIS and Acela expertise to unlock even greater potential in the systems we already have. And our goal is not just to improve these individual tools, but to really supercharge them to integrate across the platforms. Ultimately, this kind of integration is what helps us move from good service to great service, and using data and technology would power more responsive and transparent operations. Just touching on a few of the additional improvements, we've recently installed a self-help kiosk in the permit center. This gives walk-in customers access to PermitPal, checklists, our permitting platform, Acela, and other resources. Also, signing up for a business license or renewal is now fast and easy through that kiosk if you don't have a computer or phone or digital access. Our technicians are available to assist customers in signing up for their own Acela Citizen Access account and to make the process more streamlined. This is a great tool for applicants who are just learning the process, or for contractors who just want to check on a permit status very quickly. Our business license form and process enhancements, we're redesigning the form for clarity. We've heard that it has room for improvement, and we acknowledge that, so we're taking action on that. Behind the scenes, we've restructured it to allow for faster departmental reviews, and we keep working on that as well in order to decrease the time from application to issuance. Our standard specifications for construction to further support predictability and development. We're finalizing a comprehensive update to our standard specs. These guidelines set clear expectations for construction of streets, sidewalks, utilities, and other public infrastructure. It helps ensure quality and consistency, and it makes it easier for applicants to prepare plans that will be approved in fewer resubmittals. Online building permits for simple building projects. We have fully available online permitting, and that includes for HVAC replacements, for electrical panel upgrades, and re-roofs. You can apply online, pay for them, and get them issued online without ever needing to come into City Hall. So saving valuable time and keeping projects moving. And then finally, our book of fees update. So our city is looking and in the process of updating its book of fees, outlining the charges for development-related services, and we're starting with the Community Development Department. It's designed to make sure our fees are clear, are transparent, and reflective of the actual cost for service delivery. Importantly, I should note that we've involved the chamber in this critical update and as stakeholders. Our goal is really here to take feedback tonight from the council and return to the chamber in their Economic and Government Affairs Committee at a future meeting for additional feedback once we receive direction from the council. Their input has helped us identify areas where greater clarity is needed and adjustments may be warranted. So I'm going to segue into the Book of Fees update. And with that, I'm going to introduce, so we have Roberta Raper, is our Director of Finance. She's helped lead this process, as well as our lead consultant from Matrix Consulting, Courtney Ramos is here. So why update fees? The last time we conducted a comprehensive fee study was over a decade ago. Since then, the cost of delivering service has increased due to inflation, staffing changes, new technology. Updating our fees ensures several things, that we're covering a reasonable estimated average costs of providing services, that our fees are equitable and legally compliant, and that we're transparent and efficient in how we charge and deliver services. The scope of the study. So Matrix analyzed costs based on a bottom-up approach. It's a methodology to determine the full cost for each service we provide. It includes direct costs and indirect costs. Direct costs are generally salary, benefits, productive hours. Indirect costs are like admin, time, services, supplies, and city overhead. We prioritize fees for the update for planning, building, engineering, code enforcement, and fire prevention. We evaluated both the flat fees that we collect and the deposit-based fees, and we recommended adopting a formal cost recovery policy, which we currently do not have, and routine annual updates, which is also a best practice. So the methodology is reflective of California law, and it requires that fees reflect a reasonable estimated average of cost. Matrix used time estimates from staff, fully burdened rates, and that's direct and indirect costs, and detailed documentation to calculate the costs. In some cases, very high level, we found that flat fees in some cases were too high. And we recommend lowering them or right-sizing them. But more often, the fees we have are too low, meaning we've been under-recovering our costs. For some permits, the recovery rate is actually less than 50 cents on the dollar. Generally, the recovery rate is not that dramatically lower, however. But the biggest issue is that we're really about right-sizing the fees for development. In some instances, fees might actually be decreasing, and in others, they're increasing to ensure everybody is paying their fair share. It's important that our fees, however, establish an appropriate baseline. And that baseline is important so that efficiencies are implemented, and that at the point an updated study or analysis is done, it can be compared then to that baseline. So a summary of findings, I'm going to go through these fairly quickly because it's super high level. For fire prevention, we're moving away from project evaluation and sprinkler head counts, which is how we've done it in the past. Instead, we're recommending flat fees based on permit types, cost structures tied to building size thresholds, and a more accurate, simplified fee methodology utilizing flat fees wherever we can. In terms of building, this represents the most major changes that we're recommending. We're proposing major structural changes in how we calculate building permit fees. The changes include consolidating valuation tables based on project type. And I know that's a little nerdy, but but I can go into a little bit more detail, and Courtney certainly can too. Charging by square footage for single-family homes to ensure consistency, updating the minimum hours needed for plan review, and really our goal here is to streamline and have a more transparent structure that's easier for customers to understand. For planning, we're introducing new fees for services that we have either have emerged or have evolved. It can be anything from, you'll be seeing a massage ordinance update. We will be recommending massage business permits, and they will have their own fees. Pre-application reviews, we were never charging for that, but we were spending a lot of time. So we are establishing those fees. We've also evaluated the deposit-based fees. We've refined categories. We've reduced some of the deposits that people would be charging. Importantly, we are proposing a couple of additional charges. So one is one that we're currently collecting, which is the technology fee. We're going to continue that. We are recommending continuing that technology fee to help modernize and streamline the permitting that I've just been talking about for the last few minutes. And then we are recommending a new general plan maintenance fee. This is a standard across cities and counties throughout California. Frankly, this is the first place I've ever experienced where we have none. This is a surcharge on certain permits to allow for us to create a revenue stream so that we can ultimately do updates to our housing element, to our general plan, our mobility element, and be able to have a fund that we can use towards that end. Engineering, we're standardizing plan check and inspection fees, particularly for capital projects and private development. We've also proposed new and revised fees for large projects over $1 million. And we're just codifying some of the services we already provide. Where feasible, the flat fees will replace deposits, again, for more predictability and efficiency. Wanted to point out that Matrix's work in order to gauge our proposed fee estimates, we benchmarked, and Matrix worked to compare 6 other jurisdictions with ours: Davis, Elk Grove, Rockland, Vacaville, and Woodland. We considered differences in population and staffing and the recency of their own fee studies, so whether or not they were old or not. This helps ensure our fees are reasonable and competitive while recovering the cost of services. Overall, West Sacramento generally has fees that are lower than those of the surveyed jurisdictions, other than for building services. Of the surveyed jurisdictions, West Sacramento's current fees are most comparable with Woodland, while the city's full cost calculated is most comparable to fees charged by Elk Grove, another younger city. It is important to note that the results of this survey only show the fees adopted by council, and it doesn't consider what their cost recovery policies decisions are for department or the jurisdictions. So as such, we really are kind of using this with a grain of salt, but it is a secondary decision-making tool. You may wonder why we aren't looking at Sacramento as a comparative city. While it's obviously very close to us geographically, it's a very, very different city in terms of its structure, its bureaucracy, its depth of bureaucracy, and frankly, the more arduous processes that they have in their community development department in general. So in conclusion, where do we go from here? Well, we're continuing the outreach, and we're here tonight to get input and questions from the council and the public. And based on that direction, we'd like to finalize the draft report and the proposed fee changes. The updated fee proposal, if the council directs us, would come back to council for consideration on August 20th. And if adopted, the new book of fees will take effect on November 1st. We will also finalize implementation policies and conduct the annual updates going forward. So what does it all mean? Well, to conclude, all of these efforts are really aimed at creating a better customer experience. And whether you're remodeling your home, building a new facility, or just making tenant improvements to a commercial space, we want to make that process easier, faster, and more predictable. So our goal is to a city that says yes. We are still ensuring safety and quality to the community. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Elves. Take it back to council. Yes, Councilmember Orozco.
Ms. House, I want to be the first to say thank you for this presentation. I remember there was a presentation years ago. I don't know that it was necessarily this department, but we're still using tri-level paper to make sure that we could give people receipts for the work orders, and it was horrendous because we weren't able to keep up with times. And it's true, we are a very relatively young city in comparison to many others, and so we're still, pretty archaic in our practices. You hear it, you hear run the gamut, the feedback you get about permits. Some folks say you have the best and easiest, city to work with. The others that are saying, okay, hold on, this needs to work. I haven't heard back, right? Mm-hmm. But as you were presenting, I took advantage of that QR code. Mm-hmm. And I gotta say, for somebody who isn't very savvy when it comes to this type of stuff, this kind of work, I was able to calculate permit fees for a potential brainstorm project. And that was probably about a 2-minute effort, which empowers me as a user to have the confidence to go forward with my dream idea, whatever that might be, right? Because it seems readily accessible. So just seeing in just this tonight's presentation, the distance we've traveled since you've been at the helm, I am quite impressed. Now, no criticisms, and I don't know that I've even formulated a question other than to say I agree. We have had, this is a long time coming, and I appreciate that it is coming now and being presented to the council, because as we all know, fees need to change. And we're behind the buck, and it does nothing but punish the residents and businesses who want to do business here. Well, many people might say, well, wait a sec, raising fees, what? Because we need those fees in order to effectively operate and give a higher level of service to our budding community that is growing, and expand the services. So with that, I just wanted to give that feedback. I'm thoroughly impressed with the presentation and with what I just experienced, because we haven't had that before. And I really hope that that does inspire others to want to come here and live, work, learn, and play in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So we get briefed before this, and I have to admit, I felt like I was potentially conflating two things. And so on the front end of the presentation, you talked about the efficiencies, right? Mm-hmm. And how we will be improving, and there are growth opportunities is what I would say. And then on the back end, we talked about the fees. And one of the things I actually posed during my briefing was, okay, I want to make sure I'm getting this. We're not saying that we need to raise fees in order to be more efficient and to provide better service. I mean, if we are, let's have that discussion too.
I mean, I think that's part of it. In order for us to sustain the kind of changes that we're doing and to supercharge them in certain ways, we do need to invest in some of our platforms like Acela to be able to really see the utilization of this impressive tool really increase. So I think there is a balance there. It's not one size fits all, but yes, some of the fees are being recommended to be increased just to make sure we're covering our current costs, which we currently aren't in certain respects, in certain types of fees. And others we are, and we're maybe charging a little bit too much, so we want to reduce that. But at the end of the day, that overhead piece and the technology piece that we're currently collecting, but we are recommending an additional percentage, would help fund a lot of the further changes that we need to make to make it a much more comprehensive and workable system that we currently struggle with at this point.
Okay, so again, just to make sure that I am fully understanding and keeping up, in order for us to be more efficient, to provide better service, we need to raise our prices and our fees. Is that
okay? So at this point, for example, our billing rate for our deposits does not reflect what we're paying people. We're paying people up here, and our billing rate that we're charging for our deposits is down there. So we already have a delta, right? And that's not about efficiencies. That's about us not being in the red.
Yeah, so it feels like it's actually two different issues, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just to be fair, right?
Yeah.
One is, hey, we're not charging enough for the service that we're giving.
Right.
Separately, though, and like I said, it feels like potentially this presentation conflates the two, probably for efficiency. We put them together. But separately is, hey, we also want to get more efficient, right?
Yes.
But there is a world in which we could get more efficient without raising our fees. Not suggesting, again, we shouldn't raise our fees to not cover our costs. But again, I don't want to conflate the two. And I see Roberta came up here. Roberta, do you have thoughts on this question, or you're just just in case? Okay, perfect. So Roberta, do you mind coming up as well? Because I am about to ask a budget question. And so as it relates to the potential book of fees that we would be increasing, would that now cover our costs and or some of the efficiencies? Again, I'm truly actually trying not to be
to
confused,
separate
but
the two things, we are not currently covering our costs. We're not recovering our costs. So to the tune of about $1.6 million a year, we're taking from fund balance. There's a limited fund balance, and so that is workable for another 2 or 3 years. But then we won't be able to continue to function even the way we are. As part of the update, we do have a technology fee that is currently capped. In order to determine what we should be charging for a technology fee, we took all of our existing technology costs, and the fee that we are proposing covers those costs. So it really is, we've been implementing efficiencies already, and we are trying to right-size our fees to recover our current costs and pay for the technology that we've implemented. Over time, as we continue to update our fees, so we haven't done a comprehensive study in some time. That's something that we will do about every 5 years or more often if we need to, and we'll be making annual updates to keep pace with the cost of labor and benefits and inflation. But when we do that comprehensive study every few years, we not only look at the costs, the cost of labor, but like how much time it takes us to do things. So the goal is that by implementing these both technological efficiencies and then covering the cost of those through these fee updates, and then also staffing efficiencies and other things, right? That when we come back and do another study, we would hope that as we're improving efficiencies, our cost of providing those services will reduce, and then our fees associated with those would reduce as well. So going forward, what we need to do right now is we need to right size. We really need to be charging higher fees in some cases. It's reallocating our costs on the different services and what they cost. But we do need to overall bring in more revenue to recover more of our costs, and then we need to get on a regular update schedule so that we are keeping pace with rising costs, but we're also studying what it takes to do this more often so that we can adapt and adjust our fees up or down depending on what our costs are.
So just to make sure that I am keeping up, that was very, very helpful. So we currently have technology efficiencies that we have already started to put in place. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Right now, it sounds like the fee that we're charging, at least for our technology, is on par. Did I get that right?
No.
Is covered?
Currently,
That's not covering
it is
either.
not
Okay.
nearly at all.
Okay, so our technology fees aren't being covered, our staffing fees aren't being covered as well.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. That is separate from, we will get more efficient and better regardless of the fees.
Yeah, we just won't have necessarily the revenue stream to be able to help pay for really a lot of
But y'all get
the-
paid regardless, right? But we still want to make sure that we're covering our costs for tax reasons, right? Like all of the things.
Well, they'll get
Yes,
paid
please.
regardless as long as we have revenues to cover it. So we have a
Yes.
fund balance we're drawing down from.
Right.
When that fund balance is not available, we have to reduce our costs by right now about 1.6 million a year
Okay.
if we don't increase our fees.
Okay. All right, that's
And that could be staffing.
That could be staffing. All right, thank you very much, both of you.
Mayor?
Yes,
I have a
Councilmember
question.
Alcala.
Great program.
Thank you.
I do have one question on page 871, and I think Roberta I think the last question that Councilmember Early had maybe answered what I was going to ask. The appeals to the board commissions, that really jumped out at me, because it's like $100, and then all of a sudden it's going to be $4,627. West Sac is right up there with Rockland. We're more maybe like Davis. So is that because we receive so many appeals that I don't understand what's happening there.
Yeah.
Oh, 871, or is that, I'm sorry, is that 53?
So-
Matrix Consulting Group, page
Yeah,
53,
871.
871.
Got it.
Yeah, so appeal fees historically are set very low. They're never set to cover the cost of the actual service, which is why like most of the comparisons there are super low. There are a couple like Oak Grove and Rockland, which are a little bit higher. You're starting, I mean, when I started, you would see an appeal fee at like $75, and that, barely even covered the administrative costs to get it in front of council or a planning commission. So it's not that all of a sudden your costs associated with that service have skyrocketed. What it is that's what it's actually probably been costing you this whole time. But what you're charging for that service has always been historically low. And not just here in West Sac, but in pretty much every community within not just California, but probably the U.S.
So now we're going to be charging what the staff time would be, what it costs to bring an appeal?
Well, this is just what the full cost is.
Okay.
Obviously, there would need to be direction on what you want to charge.
Oh, sorry. What we've recommended is that we keep that appeal fee low.
Okay.
And, essentially we're subsidizing that. There's a couple of fees like that, like our business license fees are purposely lower than the cost to process them. But we do that for obvious reasons. We want people to feel inspired to start businesses, right? So yeah, essentially our appeal fees we would recommend that they continue to be subsidized, and this is just the actual cost of staff time.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Yes, Mayor. Following up on that, I heard that we have to have cost recovery, but then I just heard that we can subsidize. Help me understand that.
So usually the goal is that you're shooting for cost recovery, but there are reasons that you would not charge full cost for certain permits, where basically what you're doing is you're saying, we want compliance. You need to get a permit for a water heater. We want to make sure that people come in and pull that permit. And so we're going to keep that permit low so that we ensure compliance, so that we get the right inspections and the right reviews on it. So it doesn't cause larger problems either within that particular home or business or within the community. So while you will strive for full cost or high cost recovery. That you can have an overarching goal. Let's say we want 100% cost recovery in building as the example. But then to look in and say, but you know what, we're going to identify these certain services that we're going to subsidize. But ideally, it's not, you're reducing that, I believe you said 1.6 million. We're reducing that overall subsidy, but we're identifying certain fees, and then we're making policies surrounding that so that in case the circumstances around why we've chosen to subsidize those change, that we're able to make those decisions.
Just to jump in, you'll have a presentation after this that's going to go a little bit more in detail about sort of the various types of cost recovery methodologies. If you have something, as Courtney said, where you are trying to get, where it's more important to get compliance than it is to fully recover costs, to get people to do the fire sprinklers so they don't have big fires or whatever it is, there might be things that you're going to subsidize. You see that a lot with recreation programs geared towards seniors or others, where there's a bigger community benefit, health and wellness, other types of things. You don't see it a lot in these types of fees because these are regulatory fees. There are some cases when you're talking about appeals or things where you want to make things accessible to people. If you're charging $4,000 for somebody to do an appeal, they're not going to do it, right? But that's not the point. The point is that you want them to have access, that you want them, to be a proper process, and so you're going to set that lower so that people have access to it. So you're really looking at if there are certain programs or services that have a community-wide benefit, a larger benefit, those are going to be paid for by taxes more so than individual fees because there's a community-wide benefit. If it's something that is specific to an individual, where only an individual or a group of individuals is receiving the benefit, then you're going to charge them, they're going to pay for it, closer to 100% cost recovery, because you don't want to use taxes that everyone's paying to give a benefit to one person or a few people. So there's a range of things. These fees are typically regulatory and usually set closer to 100% cost recovery.
Thank you. It kind of leads into my next question, and I really appreciate Councilmember Early's two issues because I was going to present this in two buckets: the development review enhancements in one bucket, and then the book of fees update in a second bucket. And so I'll continue with my book of fees bucket. The fee, I thought it was fascinating when you talked about the development process. And we do pre-application meetings. And we currently do not charge for those, but we're going to start. I couldn't see in the book of fees what we're going to start charging first, and I apologize for putting you on the spot with this, but what is going to be our new fee for a pre-application?
Let me try to find that.
I couldn't find it either.
There we go.
It's on page 13 of the study.
Yeah, it's, we would ask for a deposit of $1,500
for
a pre-application.
And that would go towards their project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we would start essentially like in private sector as a consultant, you mark your time on your timesheet and bill it to a certain project. So that's how we track how much time we're spending by the hour.
Because what I was thinking, and I apologize, I'm going to verbally process this with you right now. I know the quality of the applicant makes a difference when we're going through the development process, and so the stronger quality of the applicant, when they understand the requirements, will produce a better product for staff to then review. And so that pre-application meeting could be really valuable, not only for the applicant, but for the staff, because a lot of questions could get answered and a lot of things could get cleaned up before it went into a formal plan process. Yeah. And so my thought is having that pre-application process be accessible to everyone. And the deposit process sounds like we're not charging specifically for the application. We're just taking a deposit that would then apply to their fees.
Yes and no. So first of all, there's kind of a pre-application. So if somebody comes in and they want to do a project, we do meet with them gratis. We don't charge them. And that can be several meetings. We try to limit that because, our time, we do need to work on other things, of course. But at some point, we kind of have to say, well, are you ready to submit? And if so, maybe we need to have a pre-application meeting where we bring in other experts from fire and from development engineering and, any other, Yolo County, maybe environmental health, air quality. We bring in all sorts of different subject matter experts, and that part of that would be, okay, now it's a pre-application submittal. But that would not necessarily mean that as soon as you walk into the permit center with an idea, we're going to charge you $1,500. Okay. So there's going to be wiggle room in there.
Okay,
ultimately.
so there's still opportunity for that early
Yes.
consultation.
Absolutely.
At a limit for the folks that are coming in.
Absolutely.
For all size projects.
Correct.
Okay. Because in my head, I'm thinking about, just a resident who has an update or an upgrade that they want to make, and they just have a couple questions, and giving them the tools that they need to be successful early on, I think would be more beneficial than things coming later.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is in the planning part of the fee schedule. Somebody who just wants to do a simple residential project is generally not going to have to go through that planning entitlement phase. They will go directly to the building division and start working on permits. So, for large commercial projects, drive-throughs, industrial projects, even multi-tenant multifamily
Well,
residential.
I guess, this is where it gets a little confusing, because we're talking about the fees for a water heater, but we're also talking about the development process. And so I think it can get a little confusing, and even for me. So thank you for clarifying that. Let's see. So I think that's all I have on the fee. So let's go to the bucket of development review enhancements. 100% supportive of all of this. I think this is fantastic. I think this is incredibly important. When we're looking at large scale development projects and, the cost to build housing, the city can only control two things. It's our fees, and I'm not talking booker fees, I'm talking like developer impact fees, our fees and the time that it takes to get things done, because in these projects, time is money, as everybody knows. I think I'd like to share another idea for the current customer experience. While I appreciate your working with the chamber, I do think reaching out to industry experts would be incredibly valuable. And so I would recommend the Building Industry Association, North State BIA, would be an organization. If you haven't talked to them already, have you?
Actually, today,
Okay.
Believe it or not, yeah, we did have a meeting with the BIA today.
Okay, I think that would be an organization that would be incredibly important to speak to. And then in your presentation, you said all the right things. For example, timely response. But what is a timely response? Because a timely response for one person could be, I'm emailing back the same day. A timely response for another person was like, oh, we're 3 to 5 days. Is there going to be internal policy of what exactly a timely response is?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have informal policies about that. It highly depends on the level of staffing we have, frankly. If we have a call that goes into the building division, for example, and we have 2 of the 3 people out for whatever reason, that's going to delay, obviously, a response. We would like to hasten that. We would like to set some basic standards, but it's always going to be a little bit squishy, and that sometimes there are going to be extenuating circumstances that may result in a slower response than we would like. That being said, building this culture of responsiveness and finding backup for people that might be out, or ways that we can sort of bridge the gap when there's situations where our response time may be reduced, is our ultimate goal. But absolutely, things like our permit review times, we want to establish a schedule and publish that, guidelines. 5 to 10 working days for submittal, and then 5-day submittal there, and for every other resubmittal. And we have that as an informal policy, but we would love to have it be a little bit more where we can measure how well we do towards that performance goal.
You just set me up for my next question, is that how do we know it's working and what are our data metrics going to be? You know, in a perfect world, we could say, let's look at a project right now and it took 18 months to entitle. And then in a year from now, we look at the project, it takes 12 months to entitle. And I know it's not a perfect equation like that, but how, I think what I'm hearing is that we are going to have policies and a rough timeline of what things are going to look like, and if we will know it's working when we look back and we've met our timelines for all of our projects.
Yeah, and frankly, that's where the improvements to Acela are going to come in, because right now we are very much behind the 8 ball in terms of being able to do appropriate reporting and therefore be able to report on metrics like response times, like what the review cycle looks like. And we have to invest a lot of time and, frankly, money into that tool in order for us to get to better, more effective reporting. You know, I'll just use an anecdote. When I first came on board about 4 years ago, I came in and wanted to know, okay, I need to have a report in Acela on late plan checks. Which ones are late based on those metrics? And it literally took 2.5 years for us to be able to have a report made, even though I brought a report from another city that I used. So it's that kind of like slow implementation of basic reporting that we have to change. And in order for us to do that, we really have to invest in the improvement of coding of Acela in order for us to be able to get to those more effective reports that we are going to be able to then compare to our performance metrics.
And then forgive me if I missed this. What is our timeline for implementation of all of that?
For Acela?
Yeah, like when will we be installed, trained, and we'll be ready to run those reports?
Yeah. So we've had Acela for several years. My understanding, this goes much further back than I've been here, is that West Sacramento started with an older Permits Plus was their former platform many years ago. Permits Plus was acquired by Acela. And from my understanding, I guess this is more anecdotal again, is that West Sacramento had never been set up correctly in Acela, meaning the reporting structure and the coding wasn't done as if we were a brand new Acela client. So because of that, it has been very difficult for us to make the necessary improvements to keep up with the technology and the need. And so that's why we're investing more in our technology, but we need revenue to do that. And we're also looking at in-house potential capabilities to be able to help us do more coding more effectively in Acela, which we don't currently have. We have consultants working on that.
Great, thank you. Thank you for all your work on this. I look forward to looking back once this is all implemented and see how great we're doing.
Thank you, Andrea. I know when you first started here, I'm sure you looked at it and had a heart attack and thought, we have a ways to go. And you know, amidst all of that, you know, when I first started in council, this was really the first area that I felt there were the biggest complaints, was being able to get a permit to do a housing construction or to open up a business. Some of the complaints were, you know, they keep changing the design. We have to go back. It's costing us more and more money for that architect to make those modifications. One of the ideas in chatting with Aaron a long time ago was to take a look at like a pool of architects. So your mom and pop places can tap into, and not that it's subsidized, but it's lower cost because it is a group that the city has a partnership with and confidence that they're going to do the right thing. They understand what our requirements are. And, the applicant will be able to tap that resource and feel a little more confident that what they're submitting is going to be in compliance, and any modifications, the architect will understand a lot better versus an architect who's hired maybe from San Francisco or somewhere else and is probably inaccessible, and that drags on the process. In a business here, one of the biggest complaints is I can't even open up my business. I'm pouring more money in than I'm getting back to be able to get the business started. So I have felt like West Sacramento has been a deterrent from wanting to start a business or, to even initiate a project. ADU is another area that I feel like we're behind on being able to have ADU construction. And when I was canvassing this last election, you'll see somebody else in an email that I sent you. There were a lot of people interested. That was one of the bigger questions, like, hey, I've been wanting to put this ADU. It's a nuanced one. Or I'm starting already, and then the cost at the end was $24,000. So when you think, when I'm hearing we're going to add increased costs, which I get the subsidized component of it, makes me a little nervous in that it's already high today.
Right. And preview of coming attractions, we will be working on pre-approved ADU plans. There is budget for that, so we will start that process, which will take a while, but at the end of the day, that will be a very, very helpful tool for people and much more cost-effective one that are looking at putting ADUs on their property.
That the one who had a nuanced approach, he didn't want to put in, like he said, I just want someplace for my daughter to go sleep, but she's going to come in and take a shower, and the bathroom is inside the house, and I don't know. I think he felt like there were some barriers to getting that one approved. But and this is, a lot of these people are in the Bridgeway Lakes area, or where they have larger areas of land where they can add on, like 1 acre lots that they can add on, and that's where some people are attracted to that and want to. And we have somebody who's appealing. They want to break up the lot a little bit. So we're going to have those challenges, but we also don't want to create barriers. And all of these ideas are great, although these problems that I'm thinking of, I'm having a hard time figuring out how it's going to fit and work and meet the demand and the concerns that I'm hearing being raised. With this other applicant, I, for some reason, went to the county to apply for an add-on in their home, a bedroom add-on. I'm like, no idea why county, but you'll see the email. And he's having a problem, like the county's like, yeah, you can't do this, and I'm like, I have no idea why he even started there. But hopefully we can correct that one. But regardless, I have seen that you have done much more work, to do a catch-all among everybody that is trying to come in through the system. We're the first, stop and the last stop for anybody breaking ground or putting a nail down or getting a shovel out or whatever it takes. And to simplify that process is key for me, for any business and any resident who is interested in beautifying their home in any way. And for those areas in the city where I feel like they can't even imagine putting a solar, panel on their roof because their roofs are way too old. And those are the areas that I feel concerned about, that they're going to be left behind. as well. They're not going to even, if they can get free solar panels, but they will never have a roof to put it over. And those are the areas that I have felt where grid solar was interested in partnering with the cities and getting the waiver of the permit fees. And some of the cost for the new roof would have been taken care of, but they would have figured that out. But the permit fees, again, were and I didn't see that the permit fees were so expensive. Right. So I wasn't, like, I don't know why we couldn't even adapt to including that program here in West Sacramento. But that was a different time when you were probably immersed in trying to refine our whole system. So that's another program. Again, the architect pool, grid solar, programming that is coming in to trying to upgrade older homes so that they, as climate resiliency projects. And they all fall under these, as the Mayor Pro Tem says, buckets, where I'd like to be able to continue to incorporate and plan on these to see what we can do to provide equity, because not everybody can pay for this. And just maintain some momentum, where even if we have code enforcement violations, we partner it with, some kind of education. So it's not just everybody has the idea of, I want to be able to, Councilmember Orozco, I wanted to come in. They're not literate enough to be able to understand. They don't know the city does that. Their first, connection is with the code enforcement officer saying, hey, you can't do that. Where is the connection so that they can have the experience like Councilmember Orozco? Man, it only took me 2 minutes to figure this all out, and I'm going to be able to solve this, where they feel like this is not a barrier, and that code violation with the fee is, if there's a way to waive that, so they can, remedy and fix that so that they can continue on with what they're doing. So that's the kind of city that I'd like to see us embrace. More resources in supporting. Now, I do get, what I'm trying to understand when I hear we need to subsidize is what I want to know more in the future. Staffing model that would work for you. Costs associated with that staffing model. How can we put up a team to make sure that the outcomes that we are seeking to achieve are accomplished? Whether it be through all technology, that being the, pillar that we want to strengthen. What are the pillars that help this department, this program, succeed? And what would it cost? What I see are the fees being increased, but I don't know if this is going to solve all of that. That's what I'm not sure of. And I want to be able to work on that solution. Been very interested in seeing what we can do to accomplish that, and also incorporate the quality that is needed for your staffing model, or for whatever model it is to achieve these goals. Is there a way we can accomplish that?
Well, on the immediate term, we are recruiting for a development services manager in community development. And the purpose, it's multi-purpose, but one of the main focus areas of that person is going to be helping unlock if there are constraints, if there are things in the permitting process that are making it difficult for people, or where we're losing momentum. This person is going to work through a multidisciplinary, multi-divisional structure to be able to unlock those constraints. And so that's part of it. And we are working towards identifying what would be the ultimate, what does staffing look like? Where are we at now, and does it need to change? We don't have those answers at this point, but I am confident that with the right development services manager on board, that will help keep the momentum going on many of these initiatives that we've already started.
Okay, thank you. There was an explanation of the revenue and the cost, the delta. Does that staffing capacity meet the need for what you presented today?
Correct, yeah. It would allow us to recover the costs that we're currently spending on any of these applications.
Roberta, did that make sense to you? That was something Andrea said, that's why. That's what she gets it. That's okay. So, if there are any other funding sources to contribute to that, instead of raising the, maybe we can look at what rates we need to go up, and others that we can, or if there is a way to sliding scale, on a, income-based. I'm just looking to make sure that somebody from Bright, who's like a senior citizen, and they, okay, when we were at Rock the Block, I saw this home where all the rain was going into this poor person's home. I don't even know how it was still habitable anymore. It was, the rain was coming in, and they had to replace, they didn't know it was that bad. They had to replace the whole wall and do some significant construction. And so they learned more about it as they were assessing everything. And that's a senior citizen who, there would be no way that person would be able to figure out. And they were living there with mold, and it was just horrible conditions. But situations like that, and that person said, hey, I walking in, this is what my house looks like. What do I need to do? This is how I feel. It's the literacy of not knowing what they need to do. Say the rain was, as it is today, is so heavy, part of it collapsed or something happened, and they were told by fire they can't live there, and they are now forced to do something about it. How are we just going to give that person, like temporary living conditions? And then, so those are the situations that, in my mind, after doing, Rock the Block, that I'm really worried that a lot of homes are in those conditions.
So for those types of subsidies, that's certainly something that we could do, but we need to create a funding source, appropriate a funding source, general fund or tax measure fund, to be able to subsidize those types of fees. It's certainly possible, but it can't be done on the backs of other fee payers. So we can do that, but we would need to create an appropriation or a bucket of funds from the general fund or a tax measure fund to be able to do that.
Okay.
But it's possible for sure.
Okay. Yeah, if there's a way to look at that as we may never tap that money. It may just be you keep it at that amount, and if nobody uses it, you can take it out, roll it over, do whatever, just in case. I just see how bad the weather gets and how difficult it has been, and how insurance companies aren't covering things, and some homeowners don't have insurance anymore because they own the home. But it's gonna fall on us as a city to help them get through it, and we want to be able to help them be living in their home as much as possible. So others are going to be a little better off during those conditions, but I'm just trying to create a system where they're not going to be subjected to this if we make a decision today, and we're going to be supporting. So if there's a way to look at that and explore that further, that would be great.
Well, I can't speak to the subsidy of fees per se. That's kind of in Roberta's world, but and she just spoke to it. What we do with our inspection staff is, for situations where it is more dire than what the homeowner had previously thought, our inspectors often have construction backgrounds and are obviously certified. And so they work with the property owner very frequently. Our code enforcement officers, too, are very diplomacy related. They want compliance versus, the hammer. And so they often work out in the field with property owners on what they can do to still meet the code and yet maybe save costs on certain things.
Okay.
Yes. No, thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor. The the impacts of all of these efforts are immense for certain people, and we definitely want to make them more accessible. And I know several years ago, Councilmember Ledesma had championed a program for first-time home buyers where Wells Fargo committed some funds, we matched, that kind of thing for folks that were trying to get situated and in their first home here. And part of the reason I championed Rock the Block in the first place was because we had these issues. Mainly, I think we worried about the folks in the mobile home parks too, who also didn't have access to funding mechanisms to help with their repairs as well. But not that Rock the Block necessarily a huge impact there. But to the extent we could brainstorm ideas of this little honey fund that might be of assistance to certain, kind of like our Business Accelerator program in some ways. I mean, it's different, but it's, not too far away from the idea, hypothetically, if we needed to draw into it. But then I can also imagine, like, Rock the Block, our contract will only be 5 years with them, but to what extent can we brainstorm? And we're having nonprofit night tonight, right? I mean, like, what kind of partnerships can we engage our community in to engage folks? And everybody wants to help. Why couldn't we partner with NCCT or some of the local construction unions? I mean, I know that you have a lot of connections. And so together we could brainstorm really cool possibilities that are separate and apart from our government system.
Okay. Well, great work. Andre, you've done I don't know, how long did it take you to do this?
To do what?
Do all of this. You've been starting years.
Yeah, so my 4-year anniversary is on August 2nd.
Congratulations.
Been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make sure we got public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
We have no request to speak on this item.
Okay. I think we received the presentation. And do we need to take any action?
No, it's just a workshop for tonight. We'll be back with a follow-up on this item.
Sounds
at a
good.
later date.
And Kate Smith is ready to present on the Parks and Rec Department, item 21A, workshop on proposed cost recovery methodology for the Parks and Recreation Book of Fee update for from our Parks Director. Kate, please take it away.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. You're all experts now on cost recovery, so this is cost recovery part 2. As you said, my name's Kate Smith. I'm the director of our Parks and Recreation Department, and have a workshop for you this evening specific to cost recovery goals within our Parks and Recreation Department. There we go. So brief agenda for this evening. I'll review background as to where we are within the Parks and Recreation Department, what kind of brought us here today. I will present to you what we are proposing for our cost recovery goals. We will talk a little bit more high level in regards to a new framework that we are proposing. I do have some additional considerations that I would like your feedback on. And then at the end, I'll open it up to hear your feedback and hopefully provide some direction for us moving forward. So a little bit of background. So cost recovery, kind of the definition that we're using. Again, you're all experts on this evening. So recuperating or offsetting the cost or expense of delivering a service. This is really important for our department because it ensures financial sustainability and allows our department to offer diverse services for our community. So the Parks and Recreation Department, if we were not able to recover cost, we would definitely have to limit the amount of services that we provide. And so that is essentially why the Book of Fees has been developed for our department. And this evening, again, I'll go into more detail as to what we're proposing. For our department, we have experienced quite a bit of growth, as you all have seen. So since 2008, we have a 77% increase in program and service participation. We've also experienced a 41% increase in our park acreage and a 63% increase in our trail miles. We've also, as a community, experienced significant economic growth. So the minimum wage has increased by 106% since 2008. So it was $8 an hour. We're now at $16.50 an hour, with the possibility of continuing to increase as we move forward. And then obviously we have seen quite a bit of an inflation increase since 2008. Thought I had this. Oh, there we go. So a little bit more on the background. Our current Parks and Recreation book of fees has varying timeframes of when it has been updated. So our oldest book of fees, our fee schedule, was updated in 2013. We have some that were 2017, 2018, and then most recently 2022. For me, that's significant because all of the fees in the past have really been updated more in isolation. And so again, what you're going to see tonight proposed is more of a comprehensive look as to where we want to go moving forward as a department. So also our cost recovery formula is outdated, and I know Andrea talked about this. So previously we looked at direct costs only. So if you look at our current book of fees, you will see there's again varying methodologies, but they really focus on direct costs. And so for us, that includes our part-time labor, supplies, and equipment. That didn't include at the time of development any sort of administrative overhead, full-time staff salaries, our facility maintenance, utilities, and any other operational expenses that might be associated with that program or service. And then as we know, our finance department is in the process of updating all of our city fees to have a more accurate approach and definition of what we are using for our cost recovery. So high-level summary, I wanted to provide to you all, again, specific to the Parks and Recreation Department. So approximately $12.6 million goes towards the expenses of the programs and services that we are discussing this evening. So there's a breakdown there. I won't go into all of the details, but again, kind of high level, we spend about $12.6 million to deliver these services. And then on the flip side, as you know, if you are spending money, how are we paying for it as a city? And so again, a snapshot of our revenue summary, about 15% of that $12.6 million comes from our programming revenue. So around $2 million comes from the fees that we are talking about this evening. And roughly, I can say about $1.5 million comes from our recreation center. And under that umbrella includes our athletic program. That is significant because the origination of that facility, for those of you that have been around for the build out of the rec center, that was really built with the concept that it does need to run more like a business. We do need some flexibility with that programming and the ability to draw in more people as pass holders and participants of our program, because as you can see, that's a significant amount of that $2 million that we bring in. So again, simple math, if that revenue is going down, we then have to make decisions if we are cutting services and or we're then looking to draw from other revenues, which in this case, that $10.6 million would be anywhere from a general fund or any sort of tax measure that the city could be using towards other services. So for the proposed cost recovery, the goals that we are looking at achieving, we want to remain fiscally responsible. We want to maintain our financial sustainability. We want to develop a value-based cost recovery goal framework. And we also want to eliminate costing bias. And so these two are really important because if you look at our existing book of fees, everything is really based on a demographic. So for example, there's a youth sports fee. There is a senior program fee. There is an adult sports fee. And so this new framework is we actually are not going to focus on who we're serving. We're actually focusing on what we're doing for the community. So that eliminates kind of that inherent bias because oftentimes, depending on who you speak to, one might argue youth sports is the foundation to this community, therefore they must have one of the lowest cost recoveries. Or you could talk to somebody else and they might say senior programs is the foundation and we need to have a lower cost recovery there. What we're doing is we're saying, what are we providing instead of who is that to? So for example, you could have a youth sports program and a senior program that could be in a high cost recovery, again, depending on your service, or they can both exist in a lower cost recovery as well. So we want to prioritize the common good, which Roberta was speaking to earlier. So that definition includes services, programs that are essential. They have a community-wide interest. They have a far-reaching impact, as well as access for all, and they have a universal value. We also want to increase our cost recovery for more individualized services. So this would include services that are more discretionary, defined as more of a self-interest. They have a limited impact and are more exclusive, and it's access for some. So again, these would be areas where instead of everyone is welcome, they usually are pay to play and or have, you know, some sort of barrier to actually access that program. So this is the actual framework that we are looking to adopt. We had a consultant that came on board actually prior to me beginning with the city, and we kind of made the decision to keep working with them. So they helped us develop what we would like to propose as our new framework. And so as I described, you can see on the lower left corner of the framework there, we have open access activities at 0% cost recovery. So this is really our core service. This would be our parks, open space trails. We do not charge for access, nor would we propose that moving forward. And then you make your way up through that framework. I do have in your packet, I was not going to read, but if you have specific questions on these areas, I can answer them. In the packet, each service category has a definition, as well as examples of our current programs that fall within there. So briefly kind of walking you through from open access activities, we would then move to human services, community events, beginner level activities, special events, education and enrichment activities, drop-in activities, intermediate level activities, advanced level activities, private, semi-private activities, rentals, and then sales. So I think there's a slide missing. Yep. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I went too far. Once we got our results from our consultant, around 95% of our existing fees either fell within the framework, somewhere within that range, or they were definitely achievable to move within that cost recovery. In general, as we pointed out, our fees hadn't been updated in quite a while. I would say the majority of our fees really fell below. But again, about 95% of them, after staff looked at them, we looked at, you know, what that indicated as far as a price increase. We felt confident that we could move those prices up. This, however, is a summary of the about 5% or so that definitely have a strong deviation from what our cost recovery goals are. So on the left-hand side here, the service category, so that matches what is on your framework. And so the next column over, you have location. West Sac Community Center is the WSCC, and then we have WSRC, which would be for Rec Center, and then obviously parks as well. And so you can see there in the programs, I won't go through every one of them, but that's just a summary of, again, these kind of areas that we identified as an outlier. And then the next column over is our current cost recovery. So, and if there's a range, that's because, again, there's more that are kind of within that category. And then what the framework recommends that our goal is. And then what our proposed cost recovery is based on market value. And so this evening, there's a few different options that I'm hoping to get council's feedback on, and I'll review these at the end. But for these specifically, what I'm looking for direction on is one, we could fit the current cost recovery goal. That means that if you said, nope, you need to stick with that cost recovery goal, we move the price up, that would be an option. Another option is divestment of program. So that's the analysis of, hey, we are not recovering this cost, and so therefore direction would be that we would actually eliminate that program or service. Three, we could look to change definitions in our framework. We could look to adjust percentages and or add a category that our consultant had not necessarily identified. And then four, we could look to get council approval to have our new proposed cost recovery based on more of our market value. And so that's what that far right column is. We looked at local agencies and really compared, what the other prices are. And so we feel confident that we could hit those new goals. Additional considerations, so these are items that are not necessarily within our framework, but we do want council's feedback on because we do currently have these as options, and so we still do want to offer a discount. So as I mentioned before, our recreation center specifically is an area that we do want to drive business to, and so we do offer a rec center pass holder discount. So if you are a pass holder and you want to participate in any of our programs, we would like to offer that discount. We also have a multi-sibling discount for camps. So that allows families that if you have more than one child, you receive a discount for attending camp. And then we also have a nonprofit discount for facility rentals. So this is very popular within our community center as well as our boathouse rentals. We do have a non-resident rate when it comes to summer camp and rec center. So again, back to that framework, if we're prioritizing the common good and serving our residents, we're basically saying, okay, if you are a non-resident, then you need to pay more of a premium price, however, would still be within that 100% cost recovery. So we would be looking at, again, where it falls within the category and then an increase from there. We do have an insurance reimbursement program at the rec center. So this is mainly for our active aging population. So there are certain medical insurance providers that will provide a reimbursement for them attending the rec center. We do not set that price, so we do not have control over it. We would obviously like to continue to offer that program as well. We do have a cost recovery formulation set up already with Washington Unified. It's similar to what you have seen, but I'm pointing out that that is kind of based on our joint use agreement. So that is something that would also continue to be negotiated with them. And then we have contractors that do set a split rate for their programs. So for example, Mad Science is more of a plug-and-play science camp for children. They come in and they have set a certain split of what they get. It's usually anywhere from 65 to 35 to 80 to 20. So 65 and 80 would be going to the contractor. And then the city receives anywhere from 35 to 20% of that contracted rate. And then we also offer a per player fee for Athletic Roundtable. So Athletic Roundtable is our commitment to our local organized sports leagues. So that includes West Sac Little League, West Sac Girls Softball, West Sac Soccer, and our Dolphin Swim Club. And so what this allows is the clubs actually pay a fee per player instead of paying a rental fee for every hour that they reserve. It is definitely a benefit if they were to pay a rental fee for all of their hours. It is significantly more, but this is an area that we would like to keep, and we do verify to be in the Athletic Roundtable, 90% of your participants must be West Sacramento residents. So with that, kind of the areas that, again, I'm looking for your feedback on. The actual service categories, so back to that yellow arrow, there's an illustration there of our different categories, and there are cost recovery goals that are associated with those, so we'd love to hear your feedback there. As a review on the items that have a significant deviation from our cost recovery goals, options that I presented would be direction, do we fit it in our current cost recovery model? Do we divest that program or service? Do we look to change definitions, percentages, or add categories? Or do we have, again, direction that we could base those on market value? And then the additional considerations that I outlined, wanting to hear your feedback there. And as far as our timeline goes, we are looking to have a fall adoption. So again, depending on your feedback, kind of the next time that you would see this would hopefully be the actual book of fees and the approval of the new framework. And then these fees are a little different than community development. We only need, I believe it's 10 days once you all approve that to actually implement. So we're hoping to implement this winter. And with that, I will go ahead and open it up for feedback.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open it up for public comment first. Madam Clerk, I just want to get this out of the way.
We have no requests to speak on this item.
Thank you so much. Bringing it back to council, and we are looking for a lot of feedback. Anybody have an idea?
Can we start?
Sure, go ahead, Mayor Bertone.
So, thank you for all your work on this. I will admit I'm struggling with these percentages because they don't equate to actual dollar numbers for me. So I don't know what any of this means. I think in theory it sounds great, but I don't know what the actual impact is going to be. Like, are we saying a swim lesson was $10 and now it's $35? Like, actual numbers, because like the feedback I've received on our services, and I'm just going to talk rec center specifically, is I've never heard anything about, no negative feedback or positive feedback about costs. And typically when people don't complain, you know, it's like Yelp, you only get emails when people are unhappy. It has never been about the price, but it's been about capacity, and then kind of like the hours of the rec center. And I don't think that's what we're talking about tonight. You know, one of the things your staff report mentions, without having a strategy, department may be required to scale back or eliminate programs and services, which I don't want to see that. So, you know, supportive of these cost recovery goals, but it's really hard for me to wrap my brain around what these numbers actually mean for the community. And kind of coming out of the conversation that we had for our permitting fees, different families with different means of income, how are we meeting the needs of all of our residents, especially in our underserved communities that might not have that same income to still be able to take part of these programs?
Yes, I can answer your second question first. So right now we do not have a formal process for scholarship. I would like to pursue something, and kind of as Roberta outlined earlier, you know, potentially whether it's a city council appropriation and or working with local nonprofits. I know that the West Sac Foundation has recently reached out and is working with one of our staff who runs the home run program to see how they can partner more with the city. So I do know that that is something that we are committed to. We just don't have a formal process in place yet for that. As to the first component for the dollar amount, there's a lot of fees. So, you know, I was really trying to keep it high level. And, you know, if I can do my best, I have a lot of fees in front of me if you had something specific. But I guess I would offer, we've put a lot of time and energy into this. And so when the recommendation came through, I'll use swim lessons. We said, okay, what are we currently charging? Is this reasonable? You know, do we think that families could offer it? And I even directed staff, even if it fit within this cost recovery, we looked at comparable areas because again, it was like, okay, great if we hit this cost recovery, but you know, how do we compare to others? So we have done a lot of that due diligence, excuse me. And I do think that, again, the 95% are very reasonable.
And just to add to that, I think the purpose of this is a workshop, so no decisions on actual rates tonight. I think what Kate and I are hoping to get is more on the big picture scale, really focusing on that paradigm shift that we're looking at doing. It's kind of reflected in that chart that she showed. There will be multiple stops at council as we actually, you know, populate the fees that are based on that. But I think for tonight, especially given the hour, to kind of focus on that big picture direction to make sure that, we're on the right track with this idea that the fee should be structured based on cost recovery goals that are founded on the principles that are reflected in that chart. If we do nothing else tonight, that's kind of one of the principles.
Are you talking this chart?
Yes.
Okay, can you go back to the slide
Yes.
where we had the, this?
Mhm.
No, the next one.
Oh, this one?
So the proposed cost recovery, is that what this is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
On the number 11% proposed cost is an increase?
No, that would be the new goal. So, for example, and this is probably our biggest discrepancy, currently our senior drop-in pass, and again, based on the definitions, it falls within that drop-in category. Currently, our price, this one I know because it's such an outlier, we charge $5 for an annual membership to our senior programs. That gives them like access throughout the year at $5 for an annual rate. And so jumping to 45% to a 65% cost recovery is large. And so I think that $20 a year was an 11% cost recovery. So basically we looked at, again, what's that price, like you said, per customer, where's the goal? And then if it is just too exorbitant, it was like, okay, what is something that would put us within the market? And then that's kind of a number that we came to.
So the cost recovery is the $5, and then we're going to increase it from 45 to 65 would give us a proposed cost recovery of just 11%.
No, so the $5, we only recover 3% of our costs for that area.
Right, with the $5.
And with the framework, this falls in that we are supposed to increase to a 45% minimum cost recovery.
To $20.
No, that would be $75 a year.
Oh,
So then we said,
$75.
that's too much because again, being a large jump. And so we proposed a number that was more based on market. And so $20 a year gives us a proposed cost recovery of approximately 11%.
So I guess maybe that went back to my first question, which was I didn't give prices. I was just saying the price would go up by 11%, which was what I would.
No.
Okay, that
So,
doesn't, that
yeah,
doesn't.
on this one, I'm going to use numbers really quick, and these are just basic. So there was an analysis of our full cost of providing each of these services, just like we just looked at with community development. Our cost for providing this senior program, this drop-in pass, is about $200 a year. We're charging $5 a year, so we're recovering about 3%, whatever the math for the actual fee. I'm rounding and I'm not using actual. But it's about $200 a year. We're charging $5 a year. We're recovering about 3%. The cost recovery goal for that program level that drop-ins fit in on that yellow arrow says that for these types of activities, we should be recovering 45 to 65%, which would mean that we would then increase that fee from $5 a year to about $75, $80 a year.
Mm-hmm.
What Kate is saying is that seemed like that's a really big jump. So they looked at surrounding areas to see what are others charging for this. They're charging around $20 a year. So $20 a year is about 10% of $200, but about 11%. Right? So we're looking at cost recovery goals. If your cost is $100, what percentage of that are you looking to recover through fees? We're currently recovering only about 3%. The goals that are presented here tonight say that we should be recovering 45 to 65%. We're saying that doesn't really align with the market. We think that we should be recovering 11% of our cost. That's what those numbers are. So we're really looking at, no matter what the cost is, what percentage of that cost we want to recover. And the flip side to that means what percentage of that is our city taxes paying for, right? So if we're recovering 3%, then general fund taxes are paying 97% of that for any individual who is.
I get it now. So I would say that the drop-in, I would want to keep it at the current cost recovery, only because it's difficult to get seniors. They isolate. If you increase the cost, in some way, that might be a deterrent. But I don't know how you survey and find out. But everything else seemed like people are incentivized just to get out and do things. It's fun, it's hot, whatever. People need a place to do an event, they'll pay for it. Personal training, I don't know how much of that is used, but, you know, people that want that, they'll use it. So, I mean, it's not that much of a spread between 26 and 31. And the spreads aren't that much between rentals and special events, beginner level activities. So I'm good with everything else.
Yeah, most of it looks good, but on the personal training, what kind of personal training goes on? Because I've often wanted to get a personal trainer. Years ago, I wanted to get a personal trainer, and they charge quite a bit, so I didn't. I mean, that's sort of more of a luxury. So what kind of personal training do we do and only get 26%? And why wouldn't we be passing that on to a higher cost recovery rather than just 31%?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So you're right on the yellow arrow. Personal training is more specialized, which is why the goal is the 65% to 85%. Based on all of the calculations that we did, we currently are at, I was trying to find that fee, I think we're at $50 an hour. And so if we went up to the 65 to 85%, it was a very large jump and would put us out of the market. So we knew looking at downtown 24-hour fitness, In Shape, and looking at the comparables, I think the 31% put us closer to around, I want to say $65 an hour. All of our personal trainers are certified. And I can say that the methodology, there's various levers, right? So all of your expenses go into it, including facility expenses for the rec center specific to how many operating hours. And then you also look at participation. And so personal training being one of those might not have as large of participation. I'll compare that to something like Junior Giants, okay? So Junior Giants, we sell out. We are at capacity every time we run Junior Giants. So therefore, our cost recovery is great, right? So when you have more participants and your expenses are here, you have a great cost recovery. So again, different levers that you can kind of push to adjust that. And so the decision on the personal training, or I shouldn't say the decision, but we looked at market value and we're proposing that, again, we just stay within the local market to make sure that we don't price ourselves out.
Supportive. Okay, and it might be a simple process of them just filling out a half-page application to say they have a fixed income and they can't afford the 20. Because quite frankly, like we had at Learning Ladder, we had a very low rate because we wanted to make it affordable for people in the community. Well, the problem was there were a lot of people who could afford 3-4 times the amount of money that they were investing, and they just came across this wonderful prize of the Learning Ladder that was meant to be available for folks who couldn't pay, but the folks that could pay were getting a deal. And so it puts I wouldn't want to put such a heavy burden, right? But in that particular case, it was my recommendation to say, well, wait a sec, maybe we should look at this again, because we could do it on a sliding scale according to income. All I have to do is provide a little bit of, information about what they're willing or what they can affordably pay. But I agree with the mayor that the senior drop-in, we want to keep that going. However, we don't know. There may be people who could afford $45 a year, but we're not asking for that. We're asking for a mere 30, and I think that the proposed cost recovery reflects that that's one of our values. I do agree, though, that the more of a personal benefit that someone receives, that should be not publicly subsidized. I think that that's a choice one exercises, right? They could do a pool party at the rec center, or they could go to the bowling alley and pay, more money to have a bowling party. And quite frankly, I think that if you have the resources to reserve a spot, then, we should really think about if that, if it isn't apples to apples, okay? So yeah, I do appreciate that. I just know that we can't be blind to certain things. Saying that, because you could argue that, oh, well, seniors is a specific group. I don't know. I think they are, but they also, this is a community-wide benefit to get people out and socializing and for everyone, not just seniors. So I'm just picking that up because I see it at the top of the list, but I'm sure that there are other ones that we haven't yet rehearsed that might come up. And I would like to reserve maybe a contingency fund of some sort. So it couldn't have to be much, right? It'd be a $15 contingency fund per person, and maybe give out free passes when we do the senior, resource fairs and things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, and on your that last slide where you said service categories, I do have a little more information about yoga in the park. Do they pay for, like I see yoga in the park, do they pay for that? Or does the group just?
That is not run by Parks and Recreation, so that would be a separate reservation, and I believe it's either a special event permit or a park rental that they
So
do.
they do get that?
I don't know what they charge their participants. We do not run currently yoga in the park.
No, I know, but I see it, but do they pay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't
I'm
know if
just
it's a
asking.
rental or a special event permit. There's different procedures.
Okay, and so if they do, what category does that fall under?
So park rentals is another challenging one, I think was on our list here. So under our rentals category, that one I know because, again, it's a big outlier. So we currently charge $13 an hour for park rentals. It's very much below market. So we looked at all of our comparables. I believe that is actually the 9% on there within that range. So the other rentals are higher for cost recovery. We know that we could not go up all the way to 70% and charge that for our field rentals. So I think that the 17% put us closer to $25 an hour. And again, moving from 18 to 25, we felt was a reasonable request, especially looking at local comparables.
Okay. I did see we have an art exhibit area program, and I'm wondering when we turn over on our artists, do they pay for putting their artwork up, or is it a free?
You know what? That's a good question. I haven't seen any fees associated with that. I'm pretty sure that's just part of our programs, and I know one of our coordinators actually works with those local artists. And then when they commission artwork, I believe we get a cut, but I don't think we have that fee anywhere. So I'll have to look at that.
Okay, these are just some of the things I've seen, and curious how it works. Are there, since we have that space, are there artists who would be willing to pay to put their artwork up for sale or something like that?
Usually when there is an artist show and we do a gallery show, they can commission the art and they can sell it. That is correct.
Just an idea to increase revenue as part of a category.
Yeah, that's good feedback. I'll definitely look into it.
And then swimming lessons, as you and I have chatted, they are gone within the first 30 seconds. So is there a way to expand? I mean, that is something in high demand where like nobody even looks at the price. They just want their kid in a pool and we're surrounded by water. Is there a way to increase the number, like even I know you expanded the timing just to expand on that, or is it too expensive to do and like let's just limit it?
No, we try everything we can to provide as many swimming lessons as possible because we know it sells out. So we're limited by facility size, amount of lanes, and the amount of user groups. So we are not always the only one that is trying to use that pool. And as you know, we have the joint use with the school district. And so there's many competing factors that kind of go into that. But we absolutely try to maximize that every summer. And you're right, it does sell out very quickly.
Yeah, we got to figure out. I mean, if that's something that people are willing to spend money on, I mean, and if there's any other something similar to that, I don't know what we can do to put pools up somewhere. just have lessons. I mean, kids are not picky, and if it helps a kid learn how to swim, just kind of, we got to brainstorm a little more on how. And I'm glad Bright Park is moving forward, that aquatic center would help significantly to address that. But that's years out there. Is there like a boxing club program we can include? I've been hearing so much about, because the boxing club that was out by Sacramento Avenue and that place, that shut down. I've been hearing a huge demand for boxing.
I believe,
where kids can pay into, and I'm
yeah,
sure
in
they
the
would.
past, I think it was one of our contractor based programs. So I will have to check with staff on why it was ended, and it might have been prior to COVID. I know that we've really only had a solid 2 years of like a full operation post COVID right now. So yes, I can definitely look into that and what the demand is. I know that there is a big push working with the school district on trying to get more teen programs in as well, being so close to the high school. So yeah, that's good feedback, and I can look into that.
That'll be great. And to try to lower the cost, since it's right next to the high school, in some of these events that could happen during school, when, you know, school starts earlier, is there a way to get high school youth, because they have volunteer hours, to bring them in as part of that, to reduce our overhead? Because sometimes, because we pay our youth, but maybe to use them through volunteer hours.
Yes, although it depends on what it's for, because there is California law, and I will defer to our assistant city manager here who oversees HR, but I know there's California law that you can't bring volunteers in to actually replace paid workers, so you have to pay them to do the job if somebody else we're going to pay to do the job.
I
So
see.
your volunteers have to supplement and have to do something else.
Okay. All right. Those are just a few ideas. And then you had on that chart all the other categories that you want us to give you feedback on. Let's see what. No, the chart at the end. There we. Additional concern. Nope.
Last slide.
Last.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. Fall adoption. So yeah, you had the timeline. Just to give us enough time to review whenever, as soon as possible is fine. Just give us enough time to implement as far as the timeline, as you suggested. I think you had like immediate as your recommendation, which is fine if that'll give you the time to do all of this work. And I think we gave you all the feedback you might have been looking for from us.
Yes, it was good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is certainly an exercise of our understanding of what you do. So thank you. Okay. God, we're coming to the end here, Council. Is everybody hanging out? Next is under our general administration function part 2. Do we have any council reports from our assignment? Anybody?
Save mine till this
Anybody?
meeting.
I can save mine till next.
I'm going to make this quick because there's really not much to say on June 11th, June 11th and July 9th. I'm going to put them together. Regional Santa's now Sacramento Area Sewer District. We used to be a different entity. We're now our own independent entity, and we are hiring our own staff. So we're going through a bunch of labor agreements and talking about how it is that we're going to pay our staff. We received a harvest water project update, and most importantly, a sewer lifeline. We've been working on this for years, and it's of specific interest to me because I want to make sure that the program gets advertised in West Sacramento. A lot of people use PG&E in order to find out who our low-income residents are. I'm sorry, SMUD. We don't have SMUD, so we have to find very unique and creative ways in order to reach our low-income residents so that they know about this program. They're talking a lot extensively about using PG&E records. It is still limited because there are certain places where we can't access the residents' information, like apartment complex and places where they pay one central location. But just wanted to give an update that they're moving forward on that, and we should get more soon.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else? I had a meeting for the JPA with, for our animal services, Yola County Animal Services, and we received a presentation on the various models, and the one that we're gonna wait to learn more from is, so we're looking at doing operations. And there is a big push among the public comment to, have a better animal shelter. That's very expensive, but operations, that helps us to, take a look at the cost and manage it. Possibly, the combinations could be a nonprofit with volunteers, a nonprofit with the county, a county contractor. I mean, these are the various options, and the county supervisors want to take a look at those options and come back with feedback, because they're the ones that are going to be heavily subsidizing the service. And so just encourage our staff to be able to provide any feedback to the county while those discussions are happening, before it comes back to JPA consideration. Concludes the report on that. Council calendar is, council calendar?
No report.
City manager report?
Yeah, just a couple of quick staff updates and an introduction also. So first, this is the first official meeting with our new Assistant City Manager of Community Services, Ariana Adami, with her new role, and also our Capital Projects Director, Jay Chahal. So I just wanted to acknowledge them in their new roles and thank them for sticking around. And then we made this announcement a couple different ways, but Rebecca Scott, our new Public Works Operations and Maintenance Director, is here with us tonight. This is our first week. She's really hit the ground running. I just want to give her a chance just to come up and say hi to the council, just very briefly. You'll be seeing a lot more of her at these meetings and elsewhere. So Rebecca Scott.
I promise I won't talk about fee studies. No, but happy to be here, happy to meet you all. And I was born and raised in this area, and then went to school in Southern California and worked for 3 different cities down there, and then moved back up here with the family, and most recently worked for a local water district. And fun ties to the community. My mom was actually born and raised in Bright, so I have fond memories of visiting my grandparents there. And so I'm excited to serve the community that served her so well all of her life. So again, happy to be here and happy to meet you all.
Welcome, Rebecca. All right, city attorney report.
Nothing to report.
Staff direction from city council members. Do we have anything? No future agenda items? All right, we are now adjourned.